أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Pramukh Sahib Alhaj Sadbhai Jafar, Regional Federations Na Pramukh, Jamaat Presidents, Councillors, brothers and sisters, World Federation colleagues, invitees, Mu'mineen, Mu'minat, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The meeting is now quorate. With the permission of the chair, inshallah we begin the proceedings. Formal announcements and introductions of councillors will take place tomorrow, inshallah, in reverence of the wafat of Bibi Fatima Salamullah alayha. I offer my condolences to you all. To perfume the air and purify the hearts, I would like to invite Qari Muhammad Ali to bless us with the recitation from the Holy Quran with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
صلوات على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ويطعمون الطعام على حبه مسكينا ويتيما وأسيرا إنما نطعمكم لوجه الله لا نريد منكم جزاء ولا شكورا إنا نخاف من ربنا يوما عبوسا قمطريرا فوقاهم الله شر ذلك اليوم ولقاهم نضرة وسرورا ولقاهم نضرة وسرورا وجزاهم بما صبروا جنة وحريرا متكئين فيها على الأرائك لا يرون فيها شمسا ولا زمهريرا ودانية عليهم ظلالها وذللت قطوفها تذليلا سبيلا ويطاف عليهم بآنية من فضة وأكواب كانت قواريرا قوارير من فضة قدروها تقديرا ويسقون فيها كأسا كان مزاجها زنجبيلا عينا فيها تسمى سلسبيلا ويطوف عليهم ولدان مخلدون إذا رأيتهم حسبتهم لؤلؤا منثورا وإذا رأيت ثم رأيت نعيما وملكا كبيرا عاليهم ثياب سندس خضر واستبرق وحلوا أساور من فضة وسقاهم ربهم شرابا طهورا إن هذا كان لكم جزاء وكان سعيكم مشكورا صدق الله العلي العظيم. صلوات.
Ahsan, Jazakallah khair. Thank you for that beautiful recitation, brother Qari Muhammad Ali. As we offer our condolences to each other, we will invite Brother Ali Rashid to share a few lines of Marsiya to soften our hearts and enable us to connect with the Bibi, the Lady of the Light, Sayyida Fatima al-Zahra, Salamullah alayha, salawat.
ومحمد وآل محمد صلوات. اللهم صل على گھر جلانے کو کلمہ گو آئے، گھر جلانے کو کلمہ گو آئے، گھر بجھانے کوئی نہیں آیا، فاطمہ کا بھرے مدینے میں غم بٹانے کوئی نہیں آیا، فاطمہ کا بھرے مدینے میں غم بٹانے کوئی نہیں آیا، کیا وہ اسلام کا ہی مرکز تھا، کیا مدینہ تھا وہ محمد کا، کیا وہ اسلام کا ہی مرکز تھا، کیا مدینہ تھا وہ محمد کا، لگ رہے تھے جہاں پہ زہرا کے تازیانے کوئی نہیں آیا، رسیاں تھی علی کی گردن میں اور بازار سے گزرتے تھے، رسیاں تھی علی کی گردن میں اور بازار سے گزرتے تھے، سب تماشائی بن کے تکتے رہے اور چھڑانے کوئی نہیں آیا، فاطمہ کا بھرے مدینے میں غم بٹانے کوئی نہیں آیا، در جلا قتل ہو گئے محسن، پسلیاں سیدہ کی ٹوٹ گئی، در جلا قتل ہو گئے محسن، پسلیاں سیدہ کی ٹوٹ گئی، پھر بھی کہتے ہو تم کہ زہرا پر ظلم ڈھانے کوئی نہیں آیا، خود ہی چننے لگی نبی زادی، بکھری تحریر اپنے بابا کی، خود ہی چننے لگی نبی زادی، بکھری تحریر اپنے بابا کی، मुस्तफ़ा के सनद के टुकड़ों को जब उठाने कोई नहीं आया, फातिमा का भरे मदीने में गम बटाने कोई नहीं आया, दर जलाने को कलमा गो आए, घर जलाने को कलमा गो आए, घर बुझाने कोई नहीं आया। सूरह फातिहा।
Ahsan, ahsanakallahu lakal azza. May Allah reward you and bless you and your family. I now hand over the meeting back to the chair to take us to the next item.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa bihi nasta'een wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ahli baytihi tahirin. Respected regional federation presidents, councillors, invitees, Momineen and Mominat, World Federation volunteers, and Birmingham Jamaat volunteers as well, and the president of Birmingham Jamaat, Al-Haj Muslim Bhai Khoja. Salamun alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My condolences to all of you on the Shahadat day of Janab Siddiqa Tahira Salamullah Alayha. And let us collectively, as this house, the first Executive Council of the term 2024-27, collectively convey our condolences to our living Imam Hujjat ibn al-Hassan al-Askari Arwahuna Fida on the martyrdom of Janab Sayyida Salamullah Alayha. External tabligh is a very important part of what the World Federation does, in line with the three core objects of our constitution, the first being the propagation of the mazhab of the Ahlul Bayt. And it was through external tabligh that emerged an individual who went on to be one of the great scholars of our time. He passed away a few years ago. He was from Ahl Sunnah and became a Shia. And when I was conversing with him his journey towards the madhab of the Ahlul Bayt, he said that it was the khutbah of Fadakiyya of Janab Sayyida that led him to the madhab of Tashayyu. So this khutbah is very powerful, and Sheikh Ali Din has already alluded to during the Jummah, and we will move on with our agenda very quickly, but I think it is important in light of the meeting we are having this afternoon, and that is to discuss our Constitution, particularly the Incorporation Review team that is here to present its findings and deliberate on this very important dimension, that the base of our Constitution are threefold, the objects that remain there. One is the propagation of the madhab of the Ahlul Bayt, two is education, and three is alleviation of poverty. And in this context, I would just like to read one sentence only from the khutbah, which is very relevant to the Constitution, from Janab Sayyida Salamullah Alayha. In that famous discourse that we heard Sheikh Ali Dida talk about in his khutbah, there is one aspect, and we heard Sheikh mention that Janab Sayyida says, Allah brought justice to harmonize hearts. One of the role of leadership is to provide justice and fairness in our dealings. And the Constitution is that front that provides us objectivity and justice. And Janab Sayyida continues to say, it is the guarantor of unity is to accept the imamat of A'immah. So the guarantee of the unity of this community is the baqa and the path of Muhammad and Al Muhammad. And she continues in this khutbah where she talks about her role, her father's role, and then she mentions this particular verse, chapter 9, 128, where she says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, لَقَدْ جَاءَكُمْ رَسُولٌ مِّنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ عَزِيزٌ عَلَيْهِمْ مَا عَنِتُّمْ حَرِيصٌ عَلَيْكُمْ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ رَؤُوفٌ رَحِيمٌ. There has certainly come to you a messenger from amongst yourselves. Grievous to him is your distress. When the community is distressed, when they are poor people, when there is oppression out there, the Prophet is grievous. He wants to resolve those issues for the ummah. And then the verse continues, he is full of concern for you, the ummah, and compassionate and merciful to the believers. It is the compassion with which we all serve. As our motto as counselors of the World Federation is, we exist to serve. To be able to serve, we need a constitution. We need a constitution that is robust. And alhamdulillah, we have one. But as I mentioned at the last conference that took place on the 24th and 26th of May, that the current liability of this institution is on 6 of us sitting here. There is no provision where this liability is collectively taken by the institution, and hence the big and immediate concern to resolve the matters pertaining to incorporation of this charity and the urgency of this work that is required to be unfolded. The ExCo, the conference rather, on the 26th and 25th of May passed this resolution overwhelmingly, and I read, as we very shortly would request the team to come forward. The House, in recognition of the need for an incorporated model that aligns with the spirit of the current structure, the House hereby resolves to rescind the mandate conferred upon the Constitutional Review Committee at the extraordinary conference held between June 9th and 11, 2023, and hereby dissolves the CRC, the previous CRC, with immediate effect. All responsibilities, duties, and obligations previously assigned to the CRC are hereby terminated. Then immediately, it continues, the House further resolves to establish a new team, and the new team now is defined as the Incorporation Review Team, IRT, and appoint a chairperson. The IRT shall comprise of a representative from each region, ratified by the House, we shall be tasked to present a draft constitution on an incorporated model no later than 31st December 2024. This House was cognizant that we need a completed constitution ASAP by 31st December 2024. This is what we passed. So we need to understand, and we have a lot of aspirations on what the IRT team has done. Of course, there's a lot of work and effort that has been made by Shababai and his team, and the conference appointed Shabadala as the chairperson for the newly formed IRT with unanimous support from all regional federations. All regional federations made their appointments at the conference, which were then ratified by the conference. So all the names of the individuals were also ratified by the May conference. Alhamdulillah, all the representatives are here today, 2 of them physically here, Shababai Dala and Rasul Bhai Bamani. The rest of them are joining online on Zoom, I presume. They will be also there. So without further ado, this session will effectively be facilitated by Shababai Dala, and I will invite him and Rasul Bhai to come forward on the main table so that they can assist the chair in the proceedings and keep it as objective within the framework of that. So whilst we allow them to come, let's recite Salawat Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. Podium.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Pramukh Sahib, World Federation Trustee ne Office Bearers Regional Federation Pramukh Sahibo, Up Pramukh Sahibo, Khajanchiyo, Secretary General Sahibo, Komna Wadilo, Bayo Tatah Beno, Mari Mao, Mara Chachao, ne Mara Dadao. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. શરૂ કરવા પહેલાં અમે અમારા 12મા ઇમામને દિલાસો દઈએ એમની દાદી ઉપર. And on that note, if we spend 10 seconds only reflecting on why we are here and pay our condolence to the awaited Savior. Thank you very much. The President has said that an incorporation review team was formed in May, and the conference and this august body, whether it's out of its wisdom or whatever, decided to put a shackle around my neck and said, you've got 6 months to deliver something that is going to be fit for purpose and something that is required for the global community. Even at that stage, I said I needed more time, but they said, no, you have 6 months to do it. And alhamdulillah, as a team, we have been able to achieve what we have been able to achieve, and I will take you through that today. Critically, it's important to understand who the team is. The President has read out the resolution, so you know what the resolution was about. I was elected as your head for the incorporation review team. With me is Ali Hassan Qasim, who is somewhere on the screen, representing Africa Federation. Just so that people have context and understand people's skill sets, not only is he fully conversant of how Africa Federation works, he is also a lawyer by profession. We then have Rasul Bhai Bamani, who is on my left, who is a seasoned community worker and has actually done tremendous amount of work for this particular work that we are about to see today from the Council of European Jamaat. And in fact, and this is no shame, but my right hand in this entire process has been Rasul Bhai in where we have reached today. We have Irfan Bhai Karim also on Zoom up there, who's representing India Federation, and his support has been critical in the way we shape and work through all of this. We have Abbas Ali, I'm not sure if he's joined up, but Abbas Ali from now known as KSC, in my days it would be known as FSC, but Australasia. Habib M. Habib representing Nasimco. For those of you who don't know, I actually found the 1976 minutes in which at number 3 it was Habib M. Habib present at the inaugural conference of the World Federation in October 1976. So he has been guiding me through that process as well. And finally, we have Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, who is the president of Pakistan Federation, but also a member of my team. Just so that you understand context, I understand the World Federation Constitution, I suppose inside out, because at some point I was its custodian. I've been involved in some of the changes that have taken place prior to that. By profession, I have spent 12 years restructuring and structuring companies because although I'm in business now, I am a licensed insolvency practitioner who specialized in structuring and restructuring of companies. So the Company Law and Company Act are fairly familiar with what I do. So this is just so that it gives you a breadth of the team we had. We co-opted Farah Bhai, who is the World Federation's legal counsel. She was co-opted onto our team, but she had no voting rights. So she was present. And just like I said in all my IRT meetings, whilst by right I have a right to vote, I decided as chair I had no right to vote because I was merely a facilitator and enabler of the work that we needed to do to get to where we have. But alhamdulillah, we've never had to vote so far. So we've worked on consensus, and I'm hoping that I would not need to do the same today as well. We worked on 3 guiding principles. One was we needed to move the organization from an unincorporated organization into a cooperated organization. So that was our key factor. If anything that disrupted that, we had to stop and say, no, this isn't going to work. Number 2, we had to remain cognizant on the spirit of the resolution. And the spirit was very, very clear that we had to remain as closely aligned to the current structure as possible in an incorporated manner. We had lots of debates about this, but that was the spirit of the resolution, so we have remained true to that resolution, and anything that moved out of it, we said, no, we cannot do this. And finally, we had to keep focus on these first 2 issues. There is lots of stuff you can do with the Constitution, you can bring lots of changes, but if it meant we are going to be here for the next 5 days, it would not achieve the purpose. The purpose was simple. We have to incorporate, and we have to remain as closely aligned. There is lots of wants and things to do, but the organization is now coming up to close to 50 years. There is another 50 years, and you can keep on making those changes. We need to take the first step. So that is what we have done. Before I get into the detail, what is my ask from the Executive Council today? So what's my best possible scenario that I leave today? I'm not a councillor, so I will finish my thing and I will enjoy the chai and hospitality of Birmingham and go home, right? So what is my ask from you today? My ask is simple. We'll take you through the incorporation model. You like it, you tell me, yes, we like it. We will then show you the framework of, look, this is where the powers and the responsibilities will lie in each of these tiers. You guide me by telling me, why is this here, why is this not here, why should this be here, where is this particular issue? If you broadly accept that, then mandate us to instruct lawyers to start drafting the actual documentation. Because there is no point. So one of the biggest discussion we had, and Rasul Bhai will verify, is that should we now prepare a 50-page document and bring it to the Executive Council? I took the view that I haven't had guidance from the Executive Council as to what it wants. I cannot preempt what you are thinking. You need to guide me to tell me, yes, you are on the right path. If you are on the right path now, I can go spend money and write a 50-page document. If I do it preemptively, then you'll tell me, તને કોણ કીધું તું? તું ક્યારથી વળી કોમનો દાદા થઈ ગયો છે? Right? You need to come back to us, tell us, well, this is the framework. And if you are happy with that framework, then we will go and draft it. So that's my best ask. And for those of you who've worked with me before, I have taken the next step as well, because I know somebody will ask me, પણ તને તો કહેવામાં આવ્યું હતું 31 ડિસેમ્બર પહેલા પતાવીને કેમ થશે? 3 વીકમાં કોણ લખશે 50 પેજનું ડોક્યુમેન્ટ? તો એનું બી રેઝોલ્યુશન મેં નાખી દીધું છે કે જો અમારી સાથે તમે ખુશ હો તો તમને અમને થોડાક વધારે મહિના દેજો. ખુશ ન હો તો સલવાત પડી લેજો ને અમે વટાઈ જશું ઘરે. By the way, this becomes way too serious, so please allow some lightheartedness as we go through this, because this is a very heavy document. You've all got it 4 weeks in advance, and the whole point of, and I want to thank the Secretary General, because I pushed him to say my report has to come out on that Friday before their pack came out, because I said, look, I need to allow as much time for the councillors to be aware of what is going on so they have time to read and understand. I will make the assumption you have read it, but I will still go through it and we'll go through the motions of what we are. The whole point of doing this is so that it was no surprise to anybody of what we are presenting today. I just want to add one element so that people understand. When we finished our work, we did what I classified a roadshow. We met every regional federation office bearer team, whoever they decided to invite. So we met Murabi Amin Bhai and his team. We met Arif Bhai Jeksi and his team. I met Arif Bhai Hirji and his team. I met Suhail Bhai and his team. We met the Pakistan Federation whole team as well. We then set up 2 sessions for the elected and nominated councillors as well, for those who decided to turn up. Can I just record my disappointment? Every regional federation was full. Everybody turned up. When it came to the elected and nominated councillors, I had 2 sessions. 3 people turned up. Yeah? 3 people turned up. So I hope they have all read it today. Because I spent an hour with everybody going through everything on the action. But the whole point was to get your initial feedback. And I still remember, because I showed it to Shabir Bhai, and he was like, "He can Excel mein colors vijay tu." And my position was very simple. This is only 80% done. I needed your feedback from every region to understand if we were on the right track before we finalized it. Then we finalized our report, and then we published it, giving 4 weeks to allow enough time for people to fully look at it and say, actually, does this make sense or not? And the final surprise was to the president himself, because he turned up at the COAGE conference, saw me and Rasul by doing a presentation that he had never seen. But unfortunately, that's what happens when you get elected by conference. So when we look at incorporation models, the expert in this field is actually not myself, but actually Rasul Bhai, right? So the next set is for Rasul Bhai to take you through the option and why we have chosen what we have chosen, right? And then we'll pause there. If there's any questions, we'll take it, and then I will take you to the next 2 steps. There is only a 3-step process, right? Why we've chose what one we've choose, what's the structure, and then we'll try to break up the questions in between as opposed to, me going on for the next 2 hours.
Mr. President, the presidents of the regions, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. So we had 2 options in front of us when we looked at the incorporation structure. We had the CLG structure, which is a company limited by guarantee, and we had the CIO structure. Now, the CIO is a charitable incorporated organization structure. And what we did is we actually went through both structures in quite a lot of detail. We looked at the regulatory framework, we looked at the governance, we looked at international recognition, we looked at compliance, and we looked at stakeholders within these structures. So this is broadly what we did our analysis on. As far as the regulation is concerned, or the regulatory body, as far as the CIO is concerned, it's the Charities Commission. So they are the main regulators of this particular framework. Now, the issue with that is that they have got a constitution which is already prepared. They've got a sort of a template constitution. And what they've done is that they've said that your organization needs to fit in within that particular constitution. Now, you can change it slightly on either side, but in essence, your framework, the way the organization operates, has to fit in that particular model. The charity limited by, or the company limited by guarantee, on the other hand, is a dual regulated regulation structure. It's regulated by the Charity Commission, and it's also regulated by the Companies House. And there, it's the flexibility we have there is you have the constitution, but you also have the articles of association. And the articles of the association is where you can actually frame your organization the way you want. So we're not limited, or we're not there isn't any constraints that we have to fit into a particular model. And because the resolution was that we need to be to the closest model that we currently have, that on that particular band appeared more favorable to us, because we're not limited or we're not restricted, but yet we can take our current structure and put it within the articles of association. The other thing we looked at was international recognition. The CIO is a relatively new structure, which I think it's been here for 13, 14, something like those years, just under 15 years. However, the CLG has been there, the Companies Limited Act, the Company Act has been there for many, many years. And it's broadly recognized throughout the world. So basically, the federation, when it comes to where it operates, it can operate in any part of the world without having any sort of restrictions based on it. The other structure, which was the stakeholder. Now, this was the main one that we discussed at the last CRC conference. And we all got bogged down on this issue about trustees. The CIO is basically owned by the trustees. The trustees are the ones which are accountable. Whereas the CLG is a members organization. The owners of this organization are the members. So the regions are actually the members. The directors are the trustees, and they're the custodians. And when we go back down the presentation, you'll see the delegation of duties, or the separation of duties between the trustees and the executive council. So when we looked at all these aspects, we felt that the CLG was appropriate for this particular body. We then looked at, there's other stuff which is already here, decision-making, management levels, but I think I'll leave it here for now because I've broadly covered everything. But when there's question and answers, I can then take up anything that you may want to then pose any questions about this. But broadly speaking, that's the reason why we actually chose the CLG.
So you can see we've done a detailed amount of work just to get to a position whether we should go down CIO route or a CLG route. Now, I do apologize, too many jargons, what is a CIO? All of that is in the pack, but if you're not sure, just let me know and I will clarify that. That's not a problem. So we've looked at it from just a structuring angle, right? To say, well, does this fit or not? Does our organization, can I overlay our organization into this and will it work, or will I have to strip out things? In the CIO, you had to strip out things. And as the consensus was in the community, we did not want to strip those out. So we said, okay, so this won't work. Therefore, the CLG will work. There was another important angle that Rasul Bhai looked at is its recognition and what happens internationally. And then there's one more question I want to answer, which is, and this is a common question, everybody else is in the UK CIO now. Why do you want to become a CLG? But I will answer that after we deal with the international angle.
So just coming back to the structure, we looked at international recognition simply because I think at the last conference, we looked at transfer of funds, we looked at difficulties in opening bank accounts. Now, if you look at the international recognition of CLG versus CIO, United Kingdom, yes, it recognizes both the structures. Australia, CLG is recognized, CIO not recognized, but there are similar structures within in Australia. Canada, CLG is recognized, whereas the CIO is not recognized. India, CLG is recognized, CIO is not recognized. Kenya, CLG is recognized, CIO is not recognized. United States, in the United States, unfortunately, both are not recognized as we sort of understand it, but they have got different features there. Tanzania, yes, recognized. Pakistan, yes, recognized. So the CLG is recognized broadly wherever the World Federation members are based. Yeah, that's one. The second thing we looked at is existing charities. So we wanted to see that the existing charities, what is their function and which structure do they have? So we look at Islamic Relief. Islamic Relief, at the time when we did that research, the data that was available, it was over 224 million pounds, turnover, yes, income. And they're operated in Africa, Asia, Middle East, Eastern Europe, and America. The structure is CLG. We looked at Muslim Hand, 20 million, operated in Africa, Asia, Middle East, CLG. We looked at Human Appeal, 43 million, operated in Africa, Asia, Middle East, Europe. We looked at Penny Appeal. Penny Appeal is a more smaller organization, and that's where the distinction comes in. They're a CIO, but the framework, the actual setup is a few individual people. You then looked at Muslim Hands, 33 million, CLG, Africa, Asia, Middle East, Europe. You then looked at Al-Ain. Al-Ain is 12 million, operates primarily in Middle East at the moment, or when the research was done. It's a CIO. But again, it's I think Alain is Agastistani's organization, so he's the head of that particular organization. It doesn't have a broad membership like the World Federation does. And finally, WaterAid. Now, WaterAid, I think if I'm not, WaterAid and Red Cross are both confederations of federations. So they've got a very similar structure to the World Federation. 94 million CLG and, again, international operations. So again, this was one of the aspects that we took into consideration before we decided that which structure would be suitable for the World Federation.
And that answers the question, because we've had this question saying, you know, the new system is CIO, Shia organizations are also CIO, why are you trying to be different? The answer is simple, because we are different. We are Khojas, we are Shias, and we are different. Our systems are different. We have a democratic process to elect our leaders. That doesn't exist in any other Shia organization in this world. Right? And that's not about being different, that's about being proud of our heritage. Right? And if we are proud of our heritage and if we are different, then we will have a different structure. The answer is as simple as that. So that's the work we have done when we looked at all of this. Now, there'll be the next question. Wakil Sahab Sugech. What are the lawyers saying? We've answered that question as well. We've sought advice on it, and the lawyers have come back and said, what you have proposed is legally sound, complex, and Rasool Bhai will vouch when I told the partner at the firm that I'm not scared of complexity, I'm a Khoja. As long as I'm legally sound, I can deal with the rest. And they have said legally we have absolutely no problem in whichever route we decide, because it is a structuring that is important. So this is my first pause. Somebody had a question? Ji, Ghulam Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. It's not a question. I was just, I think the team has done a tremendous amount of work, which is wonderful, and I think it's a no-brainer. I think we need to go with the CLG.
Thank you very much, Ghulam Bhai. Actually, that was the exact point in which I was taking a pause now to ask the question. Is what we have presented CIO CLG, our recommendation is a CLG. If anybody is not happy, not sure, you raise it now so that we can deal with it. Otherwise, because what I'm going to say after this will all be CLG related, right? Amin Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
શબરભાઈ તમારી સ્ટાર્ટમાં જે ગુજરાતી સાંભળ્યા અમારા દિલો ગરમ એકદમ નરમ થઈ ગઈ ના માશાલ્લાહ. અને બીજું તમે કીધા કે લોયરથી પૂછશો, હું લોયર છું, લોયરથી જા પૂછવાનું એ જ પૂછજો, વધારે ન પૂછજો. ત્રીજું પોઈન્ટ ના માશાલ્લાહ જે તમે આ પ્રપોઝલ લઈ આવ્યા છો, તમારી નજરમાં તો જે સ્પિરિટ છે રેઝોલ્યુશનનો અને જે આ CLGનું છે એ આપણને બરાબર અપ્રોપ્રિએટ લાગે છે. તમે વન્ડરફુલ વર્ક આના બારામાં કર્યા છો માશાલ્લાહ. તમે ને તમારી ટીમ, તો મને લાગે છે કે આ આપણને હવે સરખો લિઝિબિલિટી દેખાય છે અને ઇટ્સ મોર અપ્રોપ્રિએટ.
Thank you. So the next stage is going to be how we've structured it, but before I get there, so it will be useful to see whether there is, now, Aliya Jawad Bhai, you'll need to help me. I can't see, my file is blocking this screen, so if there's anybody online wanting to say it, you'll need to guide me. But if there's any other comments on the CIO CLG issue, yeah?
I would prefer that, considering we have heard from ExCo and Africa, it'll be good to hear from the rest of the regions so that we can move on then.
Suhail Bhai. Thank you, Suhail Bhai. Arif Ali Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Following a very deep consultation, excessive in its nature, which was needful. I don't think that the question about CIO being disadvantaged for anyone, rather the point that the conference gave a mandate from what was read out by Mr. Chairman, that sticking as close as possible, I'm paraphrasing, sticking as close as possible to current structures. And therefore, it just makes sense from all the stipulated reasons that we should go ahead as per you have recommended CLG accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Arif Ali Bhai. So now Pakistan is slightly conflicted because Abul Hassan Bhai was a member of my team and he voted in my committee to go for CLG. So unless there is another member from Pakistan who's now going to oppose it, which I don't have a problem with, but I am going to take it as Pakistan is on board because he was part of the team where we voted for this. But that is me taking a slightly lighter note because obviously it is not minuted. If Abul Hassan Bhai is online, Abul Hassan Bhai, are we a green light on CLG?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Abul Hassan Bhai. For the purpose of the minutes and for posterity, it was Abul Hassan Bhai Gokal, the President of Pakistan Federation, who's online now, who's confirmed that we progress with the CLG model. I'm assuming the trustees are also happy that we are proceeding with the CLG model. So the next stage is, so what does this now look like? How many tiers are there? Is it now that we are getting rid of the Executive Council and just going for conference? Or are we saying, no, they're existent? So now this is where we now use new names, by the way, right? So this is going to be a test for those speakers to use these new titles. So we have now got a new title called Members Conference. So we call them MC. Then we've got MRAC, which is Members Representative Executive Council. I mean, change kaise to naam bhi badlaave ne pachi. And then we've now got Board of Directors, no longer office bearers. So હવે આ નવા નામો છે તો હવે હમણાંથી પ્રેક્ટિસ કરીએ તો કદાચ પછી યાદ રહી જશે. એ સેક્રેટરી જનરલને કામ પડશે કારણ કે પછી બધા બદલાવા ખપશે. ફર્સ્ટ ઇમરેક થશે બધું. So these are your structures, right? Now, Rasool Bhai alluded to a point which I want to bring back. When you look at the CLG, the people at the top, right, are who? Shareholders, members. A company CLG is company limited by guarantee. It doesn't have shareholders because it's not a for-profit. It's got members. It's the same role of a shareholder, by the way, right? So you can use it interchangeably, but it's effectively the same thing. Therefore, the organization is owned by members. And who are these members? Our constitution is very clear. There is only 6 plus 1, right? Which are the regional members and 1 associate members. So in the CLG, these are the owners of the organization. હવે અમીનભાઈ હવે આના પછી હવે કોણ બાપ ને કોણ દાદા બાપા ને કોણ આ બધું પછી ગયું.
એ તો બધું ગયું. તમે કીધા ને હમણાં તમે નામ બદલાવો છો, બધું બદલાવો, અમને ન બદલાવો.
Right? So they are at the members' conference. So the members' conference is a strategic body that looks forward. Now I will go into the exact detail as what do they do, right? So that's the topmost body, which is members' conference, made up of the 6 regions plus 1, right? Underneath them is something called MRAC, which is Members Representative Executive Council. In effect, it is this body, but with a very clear perspective, very clear role, which is oversight over the board of directors. So if you think of it as a perspective of top to bottom, the role of the executive council, the new executive council known as MREC, it's in the language members representative. Who are the members? The 6 regions plus 1. their people are now having oversight over who? The board of directors. They have very specific function, very precise function, and laid out policies as to what they are allowed to do, what they are meant to do, and what does oversight mean, right? And we will go through that in detail. And below all of that is the board of directors, and in our common language, the office bearers of the organization. So that is how we are structuring the new CLG, should you agree to go forward, right? Now, that's the high-level structure. There is a question in my slide that says, are you happy with this? I'm assuming you are, because it aligns with the resolution. It is what currently we have, but what we are doing is that in the CLG, we are clarifying a lot of the ambiguities, the issues, what are each of the roles. At this point, you will say, well, okay, are there any ambiguities? Is there any issues? Is there any lack of things in the current structures that we have? So we did some research on this as well. So we reviewed the 1976 Constitution, which was the original Constitution that was set up, right? We looked at the subsequent changes thereafter. We also, and by the way, and my IRT members are here and they can vouch for this, and Faraba is here as well. First homework at the IRT meeting was everybody had to go read 100 pages court judgment, cover to cover. I gave them specific paragraphs that they needed to read, and then come at the next meeting because we needed to take learnings from it. Our role was very clear. We needed to understand. We needed to see where the tensions were and where we could clarify, and where the systems were missing, we could put in systems. And what we also then looked at is collectively, how do we do all of this? And we have actually got the paperwork here. If you need to understand which paragraph I looked at, we have all of that, right? So that is how we've structured it. Now we will go through each element, right? So if Rasul Bhai takes you through members conference, I will take you through MRAC, and then he will take you back again through board of directors. So you will understand what each of these sections are meant to do. There are two elements I'm going to raise questions on, but before we get to that, just so that you get a feel on this, right?
Okay, so members conference. Like Shabar Bhai said, we're aligning to our current structure. So members conference is the conference. And the members conference comprises of Africa Federation, which has 19 delegates and 8 councillors. Council of European Jamaats, 15 delegates and 8 councillors. Khoja Communities of Australasia, 1 delegate and 8 councillors. India Federation, 20 delegates and 8 councillors. Nasimco, 13 delegates and 8 councillors. Pakistan Federation, 20 delegates, 8 councillors. Dubai Jamaat, which is an associate, 1 delegate, 1 councillor. So that's the conference. That's the composition of the conference. It was there in the previous structure, and it's in the current structure. So that's the current members. What is the responsibility? Now, within this CLG, and if you also look at the judgment, they said there was a conflict within the Constitution. And we identified that there wasn't clearly, the responsibilities weren't clearly defined. And that led to the confusion. So within this structure, we've actually said that the members' conference would be a strategic body. Their job is to provide a strategic directions. For example, their responsibilities set federation directions, strategy, and mission alignment, confirms, reverses, and alters organizational decisions, and meets every 3 years. Now, this is taken from the existing constitution. So it's not something new that we've created. We've actually taken that responsibility from the existing constitution, the powers. Holds supreme governing authority as owners, has the power to confirm, reverse, and alter all decisions, elects, ratifies board members, except the president, whose election route is determined via the grassroots at the moment, elects independent members to the MREC, approves membership and manages members' violations, amends constitution, dissolves federation, and merges or affiliates with other institutions. appoints auditors, appoints electoral commissioners, has the final authority on disputes, elections, and governance. So broadly speaking, that's the members' conference.
So we've obviously used summarized language, but just so that you can understand what we did was, and for those who are present will see this, we took the current constitution, color-coded it, and then said, okay, where do all these things fit? We haven't removed anything. The language is summarized in what you see, but these are the same powers that you currently have, right, as conference. Effectively, it's the supreme body. It can do what it wants to do. It can alter decision, it can change decision, it elects the people who will sit at MREC, and it meets every 3 years. They are the people who appoint the auditors, because auditing is looking what work has been done backwards, not forward, right? But its focus is strategic. If you remember, when I attended the conference this May, I said that at conference we need to be looking in the windscreen and not in the rear view mirror. And conference has to be that. In effect, what I have done is I have documented it to say conference will only be looking forward, not backwards. The job of backward looking and to hold the board of directors to account is MREC at the Executive Council, right? So that is the structuring of the conference. Who attends the conference? I have not touched. It's the same people that are there. Now, at some of our feedback sessions that we were having in around, some were saying, well, can we make it 5? Can we make it 10? You can make it whatever number you want it to be. I am not interested in that number. As long as there is parity, it doesn't matter to me, right? So I have used the current constitution. It says currently it is this, I'm sticking to that. Because remember, my guiding principle was what? Focus on incorporation, not changes that will not bias consensus, right? Now, what will this august body do then? Is it redundant? Actually, this august body has got more now to do, but not more work to do, more oversight to do. So what does that look like? Who is going to sit on the members representative executive council? The 8 representatives from each region, no change. 8 elected councillors from conference, no change. 6 members of the board of directors, no change. Pramukh sahab, maaf karjo. No nominated councillors. That is a change. Now that's a fundamental change, and there's a reason. If you look at my presentation, it actually has got a red line in it. Yeah? I will come to it if you just allow me time. That's a big change. So what will they do? They have power of oversight over the board of directors, right? They manage the federation powers, they oversee things. Basically, anything to oversee is their responsibility. This is the interesting bit. They review and approve large financial commitments. Now, I know somebody is going to be clever and say, large no definition suche. Large no definition Companies Act 2002 mache, because this is a company limited by guarantee, it sets out those propositions directly itself. It's responsible for setting annual financial spending limits. For those who have seen the constitution, there is this notion that the president has £5,000 personal vaparona hai vaprilyo. Pachi avine કહી દેજો ક્યાં વપરાના છે. And that became a bone of contention in the litigation matter. We have changed it into a policy which says that this body will set an annual limit for the board of directors to spend that is outside their budget, because life happens. Organizations happen, and if you haven't set your budget and something happens, what do? Do you call a whole meeting, or do you have a spending limit? Any Jamaat president knows that they have a limit to spend. I think Murtaza Bhai anjo kuro hai 20,000 hai ne, 25,000 થઈ ગયા ના ને. So the only reason I'm pointing it because he's my president, so I know some of the numbers. You're putting it up. There you go. See, even he has to call a conference, right? So this is an annual limit that the Executive Council will decide on what happens. Any power to inspect financial records We haven't touched this, we haven't changed it. So you have the power to inspect records. Here is a new one that you will see. You will be approving the annual financial statements of the organization because you are a company now. A company cannot wait for 3 years to approve its accounts. હવે સજાદભાઈ ક્યાં છે? આરામ મળશે એને. કારણ કે પછી 3 વર્ષનો ઓડિટેડ એકાઉન્ટ્સ કોન્ફરન્સમાં લઈ જશે 2 કલાક કે ભાઈ 3 વર્ષ પહેલા વાપર્યો તો યાદ નથી. હવે દર વર્ષે કરવું ખપશે એને. દર વર્ષે પૂછા કરજો. પ્રમુખ સાગે છે દર 6 મહિને પૂછા કરશે. Okay, but actually that leads me to my next point. It will meet every 6 months. In my drafting, I had forgotten to put it in. That's why I put it on red so that if somebody tells me "Patamara pek manatu," it is because I had forgotten. It's there here. It's every 6 months. Here's a new thing that we have introduced that we do in practice, but it is not in the Constitution. The appointment of an internal auditor. Recommended by the board of directors, approved by the members' representative executive council. This is an external firm. This is not just a person. This is an external firm. Now the World Federation has been doing this, I think since we started. Right? When Mohammad Kazim became treasurer, he brought in Keystone Reeves to do the internal audit of the organization. And since then it has continued. So it's there in practice, but we just haven't done it in Constitution. But that also has been one of the findings from the court matter, which says you have to have internal processes and procedures to check, are you complying, are you okay? Compliance is just getting higher and higher and higher. This is one way to not only... You see, we talk a lot about protection, but there's another thing about being proactive in ensuring that you are fully compliant with what you are required to do. Because the external party will ask you, you did this project under which object clause? You have to prove it to them. You can't tell them, away. Take you ne. Salwat padiliyo patigyu. It doesn't work. Because an external firm can't do it. Prevention is better than cure. And this is the only way we step the organization up to its next level. So that is going to be your responsibility. And the report from the internal auditor will come to you. So then what happens? You have oversight, right? You have to ask questions to the board of directors to say, report ma lakhelu che aam karwana hata શું થયું? ક્યાં પહોંચ્યું છે? કામ નથી કરવાનું, સવાલ ગના કરવાના છે. And that becomes your biggest power. You will receive reports. You will determine conference, so we haven't changed any of that. You will create rules and regulations, right? So you set policy decisions, right? Even now, if the World Federation wants to open up an office in a regional federation, it needs its consent. We haven't changed to that. So just in case somebody says. If they decide to open somewhere that doesn't have a member, that's a different issue. So now I come back to the biggest change, which is the removal of the nominated councillor. Why? So there are a number of rationales. The first one is you are a company limited by guarantee. It gets complicated in the terms of limited by guarantee. Just think of it as a company. You are shareholders, and you have now a board of shareholder representatives. There is no corporate governance that says that the chair of the board of directors is appointing people to the shareholders board. It's a little difficult from a corporate governance perspective. Does that mean it's not possible? No. Conference is ultimate power. Conference can do it. I can't do it because you've given me a responsibility to ensure, and Rasul Bhai tells me all this time, wherever there is power, wherever there is power, there has to be oversight. So where you give power, you have to have oversight. I cannot just tell you, Karinako, right? Because that is, I would not be doing justice to the work that you have asked me to do, right? So that is the biggest thing. That there is, because there is this concept of balance of power, right? Where there is the appointment, whilst they are independent, are still appointees, right? Therefore, there is a perceived notion of bias towards the appointer. That is why the nominated councillor concept doesn't work. That is one. Number two, but if conference decides or you guys decide for me to change it, that is not a problem. From a corporate governance perspective, that balance doesn't work. One. Two, and this is the more critical element, slightly technical, where a board member, so an MREC member, executive council member, their role is oversight. Their role isn't to do something. When they do something or they become of such influence, suddenly they become, in corporate law, shadow directors. And when you become a shadow director, you become immediately liable. And there is nothing like a title called shadow director. Pachi tamne, ame to tamne kya appoint karya tha shadow director ma? There is a prescribed meaning of what a shadow director is in the Companies Act. And if you exert that influence or do the work, you become a shadow director. That is a conflict that it creates. And you are suddenly then, the entire purpose of incorporation is to protect. You then unopen it because that is the notion of it. There is a third one, but this is slightly tangential. In 1976, when the Constitution was formed, and I have it highlighted here, the Executive Council was formed of the 6 office bearers and 10 Executive Council members. 5 elected at conference, 5 nominated by the President, but he had to keep in mind what used to be called hemispheres at the time. East Africa, Canada, US, Europe, and United Kingdom only at the time. So in 1976, our forefathers, well, I can't say forefathers because Habib Bhai is still here, had already envisaged a few things. One, parity amongst regional federations. 2, the nominated councillors had to be representing those areas to ensure diversity of thought. And 3, they had already envisaged a confederation or federation in 1976. Now you'll ask me, how can you say that? I can tell you that because, and I will read this extract for you, in the speech by Marhum Hussein Rahim in 1976. Now, Marhum Hussein Rahim, Zanzibari, he at the time, I think, was ambassador of UK to Belgium, happens to be our former Secretary General Yassin Rahim's late father, actually says in his last paragraph, when he's welcoming the delegates to the 1976 conference, Brethren, the idea, therefore, of forming a world federation is a blissful one. Whether you call it world federation or a world confederation, because it also embraces the present Africa Federation, is a matter of mere nomenclature. The aim is to unite the community for common good, both spiritually and temporally. These are not my words. These are the words of the people who founded the World Federation in 1976. So that is the rationale under which we can't do it. But our primary focus has been that it cannot, under corporate governance, we could not find anything that could allow us to do that. We even asked the lawyer. And as Aminbhai said, વકીલને બહુ વધારે પૂછા કરો તો પછી પ્રોબ્લેમ થઈ જાય. તો અમે બે એ સવાલ કર્યા તો એ અમને કીધા તો તમે સેક્રેટરી જનરલને બી એપોઇન્ટ ન કરી શકો. હું કીધું ભાઈ આ તો તમે મારી નાખશો. એ મને કે નહીં, તમે કોન્ફરન્સ સાથે રેટિફાઈ કરાવો તો ઠીક છે. So, એક સવાલના બેમાં થઈ ગયા. But even they have come back and said, actually, it is not possible to do under corporate governance your nominated councillor. So that is the rationale under which we are saying we are not able to do it. But ultimately, it is your body, right? Therefore, that leaves you with the board of directors. Who are in the board of directors? It's the 6. Here is a change again, where at the moment the president appoints the secretary general and the assistant secretary general, and that's it. Under company law, under company limited by guarantee, the president will have to appoint his secretary and assistant secretary at conference and then ratified by conference. Same conference. So they have to approve to say, we are happy with it. Similar to what happened when the IRT, each region federation gave their names and everybody said, yeah, we are happy with this, Bismillah. And that is the process. And that is a workaround we could find because it is critical for the president to have a secretary general they can work with. So you say, okay, so it's not like we have tried to be so rigid that we didn't allow, and I'm mindful of the word flexibility in it, but we were able to reach within the spheres of corporate governance, balance between appointment and elected, right? And balance between power and oversight. Because the board of directors is made up of 6 people, the president is elected with 2 people he nominates, so by perceived notion it's 3, but there's 3 on the counterbalance, so it balances out. So no one party can take further. So what do they do now? They manage day-to-day operations, they accept donations, they delegate investment, they are the people who call the executive council meeting, they execute transaction on behalf of the organization. They are authorized to spend by funding limits set by the MREC. They use the funds, they basically do the operational side of running the organization, which they already currently do, right? So it's operational in nature with oversight from MREC, right? It runs the secretariat in that. So broadly, that is how it is structured, right? So right at the bottom is your board of directors. Who do they answer to? They answer to the new body called MRAC, who have oversight function, right? And ultimately, who do they answer to? The conference, the members, right? Who are ultimately the owners of the organization, right? So this is how we have set the structure. This is how we set the broad powers and responsibilities. We haven't come up with these powers and responsibilities out of thin air. We took the current constitution, have taken each of the power and responsibility in the constitution and placed it in one of these 3 boxes. Some of them, we had to split them up into 2 because some were oversight and some were operational, and you think you can't have it in one, so we split it up. What we have done is move approval of budgets from conference to MREC. For a simple reason, bicharo Sajad bhai has to, wet finger trace 3 વર્ષ પછી કેટલા વાપરવાના છે ને એમ તમને હમણાંથી કહે છે. You can't do that. પછી તમે કહો કેમ વાપર્યો? હવે મને થોડી ખબર હતું સુનામી થવાનું છે. It's an annual thing now. And he has to report to you every 6 months anyways. Yeah? So that is how we have set the structures up. Rasul bhai? Comments before we open up?
Yeah, I think just going back to limited by guarantees, and Shabab, just correct me if I'm wrong. In broad principle terms, what CLG means, you pay a membership fee. Each region pays a membership fee. That is your limit. So if something happens to the organization, if it decides to wind up, your limit is only the fee that you have paid. So that's why it's called limited by guarantees. The other issue was that I just wanted to say, okay, this structure, once we did the structure, we went to the lawyers, the solicitors, and there weren't any solicitors, there were actually World Federation solicitors. And we presented the whole framework to them, and they basically then came back to us and said, okay, this is legally viable, and there's no issues with this structure. And the other thing which we've done on this structure is we've defined everything. The current constitution had it, but it wasn't clearly defined. And that's where we saw the tension. But now what we've done is we've broadly put it into operational, which is all related to the board of directors, oversight, which is related to this body, and strategic, which is then related. So that's basically how we've carved up the powers and responsibilities.
And the issue of guarantee is important, right? Because they say, okay, so what does our liability mean now? Suddenly, like COEG or Africa Federation and ASIMCO and India Federation, are we going to become now liable suddenly? It's like having a share in a company. You are limited to the value of your shares as long as you've paid up your share capital. It is going to be £1 or £2 or £10, whatever the conference decides. As long as that is paid up, that's the maximum limit of your liability. So effectively, it's a corporate structure, right? That's what it is. Now, I've got Rizwan Bhai, I've got Arif Bhai, and I have got the gentleman here. So if I go to Rizwan Bhai, I think he's online, right?
Assalamu alaikum and Juma Mubarak. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Shabar bhai, thank you for taking us and walking us through the governance, with light touch. So keep on making those jokes. It helps us to be attentive. Two questions. The first one is on MREC. Did the team think of any KPIs as part of the oversight on the BOD? And the second question is on the board of directors, you referenced the ratification of the 3 positions that are nominated. What does that mean? Can you elaborate on what ratification means in this situation by the MC?
Thank you very much, Rizwan Bhai. Did we consider KPIs for the MREC and stuff? Yes, but we haven't gone into the details of what it all means because we are focusing on their powers and responsibilities. The biggest advantage of having a corporate entity means annually the board of directors will come and say, look, this is our plan for the next 12 months, and that automatically enables you to set the KPIs, so you're holding them to account as to, you said you are going to do this. Have you done it? Right? And that's the advantage, because we have very much early stages to be able to draw up 50 other KPIs on it. But as part of corporate governance, it will become natural because even the way you present your accounts, the way you deal with people now has to be a bit more corporatized. So the way you pass resolutions is corporate. The notice periods are corporatized. So all of this will automatically lead us into the KPI functions. Because remember, you're passing budgets annually, you're passing financial statements annually, there's a report every 6 months, you have oversight functions, which is purely questioning, right? Ratification literally means at conference, the president will send saying, this is the people that I want to appoint, and it is seeking the blessing, or it's effectively the conference saying, yay. It can say nay, but it has to provide rationale, and then the president will say, okay, fine, I will find something else. It's very common in the US where they take it to the, I want to appoint this person, and then they do their processes and they get. So that's the process. In the documentation, there will be lots of lines about how this will work and stuff, but this is how we work. Because the alternative is an election at conference. Right? So that is how we have done it that way. Arif Bhai, and then I have the other gentleman from this. Arif Bhai Jeksi.
Assalamu alaikum. My question was actually just answered. You just answered a bit ago, the liability of the MRECs. So I think that's what you were referring to, the membership fees, correct?
Correct. The liability lies with the member itself rather than MREC, because MREC is merely a representative body. I'll happily pass a resolution on that one.
Assalamu alaikum. So I just want to go back to the nominated councillors that are being eliminated. So just touching on the points that the secretary and the assistant secretary are going to be nominated. Correct. And ratified by MREC, right, or council. I guess, and that passes the smell test. Obviously, you think that passes the smell test, but you're saying that the nomination ratified by conference does not pass the smell test, right?
I'm not saying it doesn't pass the test. I'm saying conference has the power to do it, but from corporate governance balance of power perspective, it doesn't pass. Does it mean you can't do it? You can do it, because ultimately you are the owner. But if you look at the purpose of the MREC now, so if you take one step back and say, okay, what is the role of the members' representative executive council? Their role now is very much holding the board of directors to account. Have you done this? Where is this? If they want to bounce ideas, their role is to say, okay, how do we do this, how do we do that, right? It's more from that perspective. And because it's a members representative board, it's very difficult from a corporate governance perspective to say, actually, the president is going to put in people to sit at the members representative board. Because suddenly the balance shifts. Yeah?
Yeah, so to that point, I go back to the original constitution, right? That
Yeah.
it's one person per federation.
Correct.
Right? So, I mean, I think if you're looking for a balance of power, that's one way to say, okay, those 6 nominated people need to be one from every federation. So that's one way
Correct.
to do it.
The issue is less around where they come from, more around how do they sit on the board. The how at the moment is that the president, irrespective of where that individual comes from, says, you are going to be, I'm appointing you, right? As opposed to the member or the owner saying, you are my representative to have oversight on the person that has been asked to run the body. That is where the nuance applies. There's Ahmad Bhai and then Shabir Bhai.
Okay, so just
No,
one
that's
finish
okay,
up. So, I guess what I'm concerned about is you're basically losing 6 people that in the past the president has counted on for support, not support, but more about having the right skill set and being able to do certain tasks. Because when we have councillors that are elected, they don't normally, they may not have the skill set that's required to do certain aspects. So have you considered if having those nominated councillors not have voting power, right? So they're nominated by president, but they don't have the voting power. Or have you also considered increasing the number of elected from 8 to maybe 10 or 12 to offset the loss?
Okay.
Yep.
So we've considered the election element from 8 to 10, but that then becomes disproportionate. Because at the moment, they all sit on parity. So that is where the disproportionate happens. Can they be brought in with non-voting rights? I've come to the Executive Council today as an expert on IRT, and I have no voting right at this, right? I'm just at the behest of the conference, and then the Secretariat and the President have asked me to come and present, right? So I don't think that would stop the Board of Directors asking experts to come and present their perspective and their views at that. I still come back to the original proposition, is ultimately you as guys can decide. That is our perspective, that we couldn't find a workable mechanism, right? So if I go to Ahmad Bhai and then Shabir Bhai, then I have Sajjad Bhai and then Murtaza Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Shabir Bhai, we have discussed about this, and I understand your rationale of sticking very much to the current constitution so that we are not deviating much from that. And I understand that. But I think, again, we need to reflect upon the fact that if we are entering into a new territory, we are trying to form a new constitution and moving forward, then I don't think we should just close something else that could be incorporated that wasn't before. And I think the previous speaker has somewhat highlighted the fact about skills. You see, when we are electing councillors and members, etc., we are not looking at skills. We are looking at representation from those regions. And that can be from any skills, if we are not defining the skills. Nowadays, it's a very common practice for board of directors to have non-executive directors. It's a very standard. Even other charity organizations have non-executive directors. I know this for sure because the British Red Cross, which is a charitable organization, I don't know what its status is, has a board of directors, which also has non-executive directors. And there are many others as well. And I think we need to look at the possibility of bringing in the skills that we require. Now, I know you say that the board of directors can invite somebody for a particular skill. Say if they're dealing with a health issue, they could bring some health expert. I understand that. But I think we need to go further than that, that the board of directors should have certain skills, people with certain skills to help it to run the organization and also to guide on the strategic directions, etc. Now, if we can fix the appointment of the Secretary General, etc., by getting a conference ratification, then certainly we should possibly look at ways of electing non-executive directors at the conference, or get a ratification, or elect it even at the conference. I think we should not just push this aside. I think we need to look at this. It will bring expertise into the organization, which will be very, very valuable. So that's the only suggestion I would like to make.
Thank you, Ahmed Bhai. I'll reflect on it while I'm taking the other points, and then I'll come back to that. Shabir Bhai?
Mr. Chairman, Maru, China coffee sati pichu to jarak bhulai gyo, but I'll come back. Okay, although we are today on the governance rules, I'm referring now to the appointment of Secretary General and others. It might be preempting because that's not for you to know, but you could guide us because that would help us make this decision. The process. Now, you said it has to be ratified. So I would presume the President comes with few names. So what I need to know, or indication, how many times would he be able to propose new names and we keep ratifying? That's number one. And in the event that does not happen after how many attempts, if that doesn't happen, you said the body, the assembly, will appoint and vote on whoever they feel fit. So at that time, I just need for clarification, would the rules be of the simple majority as it is on the board, or it would be that 75%? These things are important. So next time, if somebody is standing as president, you better come up with few names, 3, 4, 5. I want to know the limit on that. Thank you.
That's a more technical question, so I'll deal with that. So generally, what happens on ratification is they would present a name. It is for the conference to say yes, usually on simple majority. This isn't a constitutional change, right? So the whole process of ratification is, unless somebody has got real concerns about somebody being appointed, they would say, listen, these are my real concerns. And so on ratification, the process is you have to say why you don't want that person. You can't just say, bas. And then once they are appointed, right, on the board of directors, I'll come to your point. I'm just taking one stage further. It is now Companies Act that determine how a board of directors is removed. Right? So at the moment, it is either they resign or the president says, you serve at my pleasure. Right? That doesn't exist. The rules of the board of directors then exist. Yeah. Now, at the conference,
yes.
At the conference, let's say the board, the conference says, we don't like it. He then has to either propose a different name, and I think we can set those rules in the drafting to say, look, it has to be so much, and after that point, we'll have to set, okay, what is but it is always on simple as opposed to 75%.
That's fine, it's on simple, but it's very important that when the rules are being drafted, that the number of proposals allowed to the president is put there. And it shouldn't be never ending.
100%.
So it would be 2, 3. And 3 can be rejected. There's nothing in this day and age. Yes, you go on background checks, whatever. So I think that number is very important. Otherwise, they'll come there for 10 names. You can't have it.
Amin Bhai, I have a few people on the list, so if I go to them, then I'll come back to you if that's okay. I have Sajjad Bhai, and then Murtaza Bhai, then Ghulam Bhai Najafi, and then Amin Bhai. So, Sajjad Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. I heard my name mentioned a couple of times, so I thought that was a hint to get involved. You mentioned presenting the budget annually, presenting the financial statements annually, which are all practical ways forward from a treasury perspective. Obviously, 3 years is a long time, as you said. with regards to the approving the accounts, at the moment, the trustees, in effect, which are going to be the board of directors, approve the accounts, sign off, submit it to Charities Commission. In the CLG, will be to Companies House as well, and then subsequently the accounts are adopted at conference 3 years in a row, in essence. How do you see, or maybe some clarification required when you said that it will be approved annually? Do you see that changing, as in, do the board of directors approve them and then they are adopted annually? Yeah, as opposed to
every 3 years. It will get adopted.
Well, as opposed to approving them before they're even submitted.
So the Companies Act takes precedence. So
Yeah.
in the CLG, the Company Act takes precedence. So like you would run any other corporate limited company by shares, and you have far greater knowledge than I am, it's the same process as a company.
So in effect, the board of directors can approve and submit before the wider body approves it.
But it needs adoption by the shareholders.
Before submission?
We will set the rules, and most likely will be before submission.
Because that, in my view, will present quite a practical challenge, because you mentioned setting up a
Timings
meeting.
So the timings are every 6 months.
Yeah.
The meeting we've suggested is every 6 months. So therefore, you will have to now time your meetings based on that. Remember also, you are following Companies Act.
So it's 9 months afterwards.
So it's 9 months after.
So
it allows you that time.
You're fully able to.
Assuming everything goes to plan.
Also remember, under the Companies Act, there is something called written resolutions, codified in law, that you can use for that purpose should you be in that sticky situation.
Right. So just to give you an example, I mean, alhamdulillah, this year we filed well early before the conference, but the year before, it literally was on the last couple of days. And we can be in situations where auditors or whatever delays there have been beyond our control, we can time it what we want to do, but on the wider sense, and then to set up a meeting at that point will be impossible. What I'm getting to is submitting on time is paramount for the confidence of a charity. If you miss that deadline, you get a red notice on your Charities Commission website, and that people lose confidence in that particular charity for that reason. I'd just like you to reflect on that, and considering how we're doing it currently. And you don't have to answer now, but something to think about.
We can take it in the round when we look at the actual drafting.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. It might not be point of, but I didn't want to raise point of.
No problem.
Since the introductions of the councillors have not taken place and will be taking place tomorrow, when a councillor speaks, can we have the name and the region? So it's easier for us to know.
I can definitely take that on board, and I'm sure the councillors will take that on board. The president has just alerted me it's namaz time. So if we break for namaz, with the chair's permission, if they can be back by 4:20? If you guys can be back by 4:20, I will take more questions, just so that you understand the process. Then I'm going to ask for whether you like it, for us to proceed. And then I have 2 questions that you guys need to think about, and I will tell them from you from now, which is, where does the election of the president take place? You don't need to get to a resolution today, right? And 2, we cannot have associate members. So we need to resolve that situation as well. So if we can break for namaz, 4:20, I have a list already, which is Murtaza Bhai, Ghulam Bhai Najafi, and then Amin Bhai, and then I will take the next set of questions, if that's okay. The meeting is there. I can't say that. I'm not the chair.
Okay. We adjourn for now.
Okay.
Reconvene
Thank
at
you.
4:20. For wuzu, when you step out of those doors,
Yeah.
it's on the right. Namaz is in the hall right behind us.
Okay. Now, just one question. Our lady from MCE. So in the new MCE, does she still continue as the chair? You have the MC, right?
That's on Delhi. Emma was categorical. That was one which Emma even refused, remember. So there was no it's a company act model.
Sorry for the delay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We start in 1 minute. Please take your seats kindly. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We recommence our session. I hand over back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Ali Jawad. By virtue of the permission of the chair, we reconvene. I have a list of people that hadn't spoken. I'll add Mohammad Zabai to the list as well. I'm not going to curtail the discussion, but we've had enough about the nominated councillors. I'll come back to it, see what the propositions are. If we can now add more to it rather than just on that particular issue, so that we can look at if there is any other issues around it. So on my list was Murtaza Bhai, then Ghulam Bhai Najafi, then Amin Bhai, then Mohammad Raza Bhai Devji. So Murtaza Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for Shabir Bhai Najafi. My name is Murtaza Ghulam Singh. I'm a councillor through COEG. Shabir Bhai Nathi? Introduce Yeah, I think a couple of things. One, just to confirm that you have a company where you have the board of directors and you have technically a shareholders, forgetting about this, and it is the conference or whatever we call the supreme, that's the shareholders of the company. This is the way that we want to go forward. But what I'm trying to bring out is that we may say that we have taken the constitution and put whatever in it. But I think psychologically we have to be prepared that this is technically a fundamental change in the way that is going to happen. Yeah. Because now we're overruled by not the Charities Commission, but what supersedes is the company's law as opposed to the Charities Commission. And company law is quite strict in its nature, and it's quite, I would say, varied in every aspect that it talks about. So there's always checks and balances in there. There's also rights of shareholders in there. Yeah. So I think that's one thing that people need to understand, that this is a fundamental change. Now, I understand, I know you mentioned about the nominated council, all of that, but ultimately, I think psychologically we have to prepare there's nothing like a nominated person anymore. At the end of the day, it's the shareholders that have the right, in their majority, to appoint directors or to remove directors or to take the directors onto account. On the other hand, generally speaking, the board of directors would have a lot more say in the way the workings of the company takes place, because the company law enshrines a lot of rights on them. Even sometimes they can have a right over the shareholders to an extent, and I'm not saying there is. All I'm trying to say is that, let's get out of the old way, and if we're talking about this, we'll have to think with another lens and work around it. And one of the things I know you're going to address is, at the end of the day, that concept of grassroots will start to disappear as well, because the director, whoever it is appointed by the shareholders. And as we say, the shareholder is the conference. Number two, also, I think, what you have on the table, you will see all these different nominates, honorary treasurer, vice president. I don't know how that will work, because generally every director is a director. How they decide within themselves to apportion the works, that also sort of tends to disappear as well, because you're all directors. You can give your CEO and CFO names, whatever you want to give, but ultimately they're all same. Now, if we get into that, my question now also is that something that has to be now, because you're going to have a different model in here, a different model completely that is going to be very locked-in model, as I would put it. Companies Act takes over a lot of the workings of how this body will work. Then do you need to now, there will be a lot more transparency I can see on this as well. So does that mean that now going down, do we then, is it a wise thing to think about also replicating the models as you go down? When I say as you go down, the shareholders themselves are not individual shareholders, but they are also a confederate of shareholders in their individual rights. So again, do we need to transcend that even further down, and might even come to we at our KSIMC also thinking about the same thing as well? Just a thought.
Thank you very much, Murtaza Bhai. That was not only a thought, but that was a lot of depth in it. So thank you very much for it. And actually, you have succinctly put some of the challenges we were facing when we were dealing with this issue of nominated councillor, because actually, and you reminded me of this, so thank you very much for this, that we have to shift our mind. This is now shareholder heavy as opposed to trustee heavy. And that's a big shift. We say it, but from when you structure it, it becomes that way. So that's a big mind shift of that whole concept. And yes, board of directors, just like trustees are, even though a treasurer in our current structure is financially responsible, he's still a trustee, therefore jointly and severally liable, irrespective of what happens. The same thing will happen at the board of director level. So we've looked at them holding different positions. They hold those positions for administrative purposes, but in terms of their responsibility, they are directors per se. And also, I don't want to get into the technicalities of non-executive directors. Legally, the Companies Act doesn't define anything as a non-executive director. Either you are or you are not, right? So there is all these nuances that we can go through. But thank you very much for raising that. Yeah, sure.
So, and coming back to your point, the organization will be governed by the articles of the association. So everything that we then want to put in, that will be our that will be our Quran, for how we run this organization. So I think, again, the checks and balances comes in there. And also when you said about treasurer, president, all that would then be defined within that document itself. Sorry, and one other point, I think you've got a valid point when he says cascade down. So regional federations, I think college is okay because college elects its members. But I think other federations may need to also consider how how they operate in this new sort of model.
I have Gulam Bhai Najafi, and then Amin Bhai, and then Mohammad Azhar Devji. So Gulam Bhai.
Yeah, Shabar Bhai, I think what I had to say is more or less covered by Murtaza Bhai, and that was my take on it, and I wanted to mention that, but he's already covered it. The only other thing I would add is like he mentioned that the roles of vice president, treasurer, once you are incorporated and you all become board of directors, we've just gone through that change in Nasimco, and although we still operate with these positions, but we are all board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gulam Bhai. Amin Bhai.
ના મને એક જ પોઈન્ટ ઓલું રેટિફિકેશન ઉપર દેવું હતું કે રેટિફિકેશન છે તમને તો ખબર હશે નોર્મલી ઇન્ટરનેશનલ કોન્સેપ્ટ છે કે બિટવીન ટુ નેશન એગ્રીમેન્ટ થાય અને પછી રેટિફિકેશન થાય. રેટિફિકેશન ઇઝ પોઝિટિવ અપ્રુવલ. નોર્મલી જ્યારે જો પ્રેસિડન્ટ પ્રપોઝલ કરે અને કોન્ફરન્સ રાટિફાઈ કરે તો નોર્મલી કોન્ફરન્સને રાટિફાઈ કરવાનું હોય, કારણ કે રેટિફિકેશન ઇઝ ધ પોઝિટિવ અપ્રોબેશન. એ ક્યારે રાટિફાઈ ન કરે, રીલી જેને લઈ આવ્યા છે એની પ્લેસ ઉપર નથી. પણ બનતા સુધી જો રેટિફિકેશનનો પ્રોસેસ હોય, ઇટ્સ નોટ ઇલેક્શન, તો કોન્ફરન્સને હા નાનો બહુ એટલી બધી રાઇટ નથી. નોર્મલી પોઝિટિવ અપ્રુવલ હોવું જોઈએ. તો બહુ એમ ના થઈ શકે કે એ એક પ્રપોઝલ કરે, રેટિફાઈ ના કરે, બીજો એપોઇન્ટમેન્ટ રેટિફાઈ ના કરે, એ સ્પિરિટ નથી રેટિફિકેશન.
Thank you very much, Pramukh Sahib. Mohammed Azam.
Assalamu alaikum. Whatever I want to say, I think Murtaza Bhai has spoken, but just one comment and one question. You know, I'll give you an example. We, Dar es Salaam Jamaat, are the members of Africa Federation, and we follow the Constitution of Africa Federation. In our Constitution, there is no mention anything of Africa Federation. So their Constitution, Africa Federation Constitution says that we have to elect the councillors attending and also the delegates are being elected. We follow the Constitution of Africa Federation. And as I understand, also the Africa Federation Council, Africa Federation Constitution doesn't say anything about the World Federation. So definitely, if there will be no nominated councillors in your constitution, so even the federation will have to follow the World Federation Constitution, if I'm not mistaken. Because there is no mention of the World Federation in the Constitution of Africa Federation. Same as there is no mention of Africa Federation Islam Jamaat. And we cannot put that name because we are members. And also, if there is a way, you people should find out that at least there should be nominated councillors for the World Federation, because you need people with skills. I agree with Dr. Vai, Dr. Hasham. And whenever World Federation directors now will be, cannot reach somewhere, so they can send the nominated councillors for that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed Azam. Those are valid points. All I will say is that I have to look at the World Federation Constitution and its Articles of Association and what it uses to govern itself, right? And what the members then govern itself is for them to look at that governance. Does that mean we have to look at a trickle-down approach? Possibly, but I have kept myself to the first part because my mandate was to look at the World Federation box to get it to an incorporated stage, right? That is one. Two, the member of the, if you go down the CLG route, it is the shareholder, I use it in inverted commas, it's actually the member. It is the member who sends its representative to the MREC body, and the member will have his own rules. Now, is there a discussion to have a wider discussion? That can happen maybe down the line, but it's well outside my remit. Two, on nominated councillors, I know there is a lot of discussion on this, and I'm happy to take it back to see if there is a solution. I couldn't find one. I'm happy to go back and see if I can find something else, which I have to bring it back to the Executive Council anyway. So let me just take one extra step as to what next happens, right? Just from a timeline perspective, so that you have a little bit of ease that this isn't, I'm not bulldozing and I'm not brushing it under the carpet. Assume you pass this today. You give me the mandate to go the next stage. What does the next stage look like? Next stage means we will do a tender process. A law firm will draft the actual articles of association. Does that mean that's approved now? No. I will come back to this august body to say this is what the 50-page document looks like. If you approve it, because remember, the only body that can call an extraordinary conference is you. Once you are satisfied with that 50, 60, 80-page document, whatever it is, I'm exaggerating, right? Once the new articles are ready, you are satisfied with that article as an executive council, you will make a decision to say we are now going to call an extraordinary constitutional conference for this to be approved by the conference, right? And then it will go to a conference where it will be, as you know, it's you plus your delegates who will then approve it. Once that is approved, we then tell the lawyers, now file this with the Companies House to form a company, and then file it with the Charities Commission telling them that we want to now incorporate our organization. If you read my report, I'm sorry I'm jumping it, but just so that people have clarity as to, like, right? They are at the moment taking anything between 6 to 9 months to even approve. So this will take some time, 1. 2, I have done other CIO organizations, and people say, oh, I get paid in this, that, and the other. I wish I was. But this is all fi sabilillah, just for posterity. A simple organization, they send 50 questions. I'm expecting more than 200 questions in this, right? And in fact, the lawyers say the same, saying, look, expect this to be, they'll have lots of back and forth with you because it's a complex structure. So I asked her the question, and Rasul Bhai is my witness. I said, complex or not within the act, the Companies Act? He said, no. It is legally sound. It is just not standard. I said, that's okay. Non-standard things, we are okay to deal with. Right? So I expect it to take that long before it can even be registered. Once it is registered, maaf karjo, biji conference bolavi kab se, to say, have a institution form થઈ ગઈ છે, હવે આ 10 બીજા resolution pass કરો to transfer everything from the old institution, the current one you're sitting in, into the new one. હવે આની સ્થાપના કરો ને આના election હવે કરો જે હશે. So this is the process under which we're going. So it's quite a detailed and a long process, right, to go through. So these are the next steps on where it is. So the way I see it so far, there is some push on saying, look at this issue of nominated councillor. I'm more than happy to take it back to the IRT to see, is there an alternative that we have missed? We can't find it anything so far. I'm more than happy to re-look at it. Now, IRT members are used to this homework because our rule when we were running IRT was everything had to be submitted 48 hours in advance. Everybody could read it, right? And we assumed you have read it so we can have a discussion. So homework to the Executive Council. If you can find a solution of how I can incorporate nominated councillors in the MREC body, please submit it to me, not 48 hours, at least 7 days, so I can have a discussion with my IRT. But this is an ongoing process. If you find it, please send it to us. We haven't been able to find it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? It just means we haven't looked hard enough, right? And we are more than happy to scrap the barrel and find if there is a solution, right? Are there any other concerns, comments, or feedback from the way these structures have been set up? Lijaz bhai, I can't see the...
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So first of all, thank you Shabar bhai, Rasul bhai and the whole team for an amazing work. As you rightly mentioned, Shabar bhai and team, that this process will take long, okay? And I fully understand, and we understand that the mandate the team has been given is that they have to stay very close to the current structure. However, if there are some fixes we need to make, will you be able to entertain that? So the context is that last week at the NASIMCO conference, right, a new Shia organization was admitted to NASIMCO, right? It's a Sabah organization in the West Coast. It may be as large as Toronto Jamaat, right? That will significantly increase the population from the NASIMCO perspective. But we want to also preserve our Khoja heritage, and this World Federation is a Khoja organization, right? So we need to ensure that how can we best maintain the Khoja structure, right? And are there any fixes we can make quickly, right? If we all agree, of course, and subject to approval at the conference. But I think we need to take the action steps now, right? Otherwise, we may be looking for issues in the future. Can you comment on that? Thank you. One more thing to add. Of course, we are talking from a NASIMCO perspective, but I don't mean to single out NASIMCO. It can happen in any other federations where we may have some Khoja families, but then others participate because we are inclusive and the membership structure is also inclusive. It may be in Europe, it may be in Australasia, etc. So it's a broader issue. I'm not singling out Nasimco by any chance? Thank you.
Thank you. Now that is what you call a googly on a cricket match. So if you allow me some time, let me just think through. I had Arif Bhai next on, Arif Ali Bhai, you're next. While I'm thinking through how I deal with this.
Okay. I have a few points. I think many of you know that my preference is not the current structure, rather to have the ExCo and conference into one, and hence this problem itself would go away. So I'm putting that as a note there. This is googly square, but I would like everyone to think about that, because this is one of the reasons why we are in this situation, because the conference itself said we want the same structure. And the way to do that is that the ExCo becomes amalgamated and you have it more frequently, obviously. That in itself was a thought process which took quite a long time, and I would say that a lot of the membership was actually on board with it as well. Why did I bring it up? Even though that is not what is on the table today. It's because when it comes to non-executive directors, there is a pathway for that. But that pathway is that the board of directors become larger. It's not nominated councillors. But there is a way where the conference can, depending on a certain expertise which we want, certain skill sets which is required, can be presented by, for example, the elected president, and say that I would like these to be part of the board of directors, i.e. the trustees. So that's a way. I'm just saying that we should not mix nominated councillors with NEDs, because the idea of non-executive directors to have a skill set, a thought process, or intellect to add to the table is very enriching for an organization. So that's something which I think can be a part. I have one strong view, and I believe that the World Federation will lose its relevance if one goes away from grassroots elections. This is something which you, as IIT, said that you would like to avoid, or rather not to tackle yourself. But I am a very strong believer that the World Federation, to be able to be relevant, then in every village or every place where we have a Jamaat, should be also be recognized. That does not diminish the regional federation at all, rather it can enrich if it works properly. I also, as Vice President Habib Bhai said about certain needs of having a pathway to put into the constitution, even though that is not the specific remit, but I think from a practical point of view, to not have a way of adding certain points into the constitution, end of the day it is a democratic way of doing it, is a necessity. One is about if we would have further members. We know that some of our Hoja community moved to other geographies, and you may want to amalgamate what we have in the Middle Eastern area, be that Oman together with Dubai. I'm not saying proposing, I'm speculating that that can happen, especially if the duration of coming to a ratified past constitution takes long time. Another one is, and this is a very strong and I believe very urgent recommendation, more urgent than others, and that is that when we call an extraordinary conference, it has to be part of that, that one specific part into either the current or the new constitution should be that how do we incorporate running meetings, constitutions, and executive council meetings by electronic means. Currently in the constitution, at least the one which is in the pack which we have here, it says that it only works till the end of the last conference. Even though we have procedures in place of how to run, the latest guideline from the Charity Commission, which has come in this summer, that they are clamping down and they expect the organizations who are registered charities to have in their official documents, governing document, that means constitution, that it should say that it refers to how to run either electronic or hybrid meetings, and there has to be a certain document to it. I'm trying to create a pathway, a solution, not to... Okay. And actually, I think this point which I just mentioned here should be minuted, because it means then we have an awareness of it. Okay? It's an insurance policy I'm creating now. Those are my points at this point. Ahsantum. Jazakallah.
Thank you very much, Ali Faribhai. 100% absolutely. So I'll just quickly go through them. On the SOP of running meetings and stuff, the CLG is quite detailed, so it will definitely be there. And I suppose one big advantage of the CLG is that your fallback is the Companies Act. And Companies Act is quite detailed on how to run meetings, how it is, blah, 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 and all those rules. But running of hybrid meetings and stuff will be part of what we would call the articles and the subsequent documents, governing documents that come with it, right? Because it's about how you get them passed and stuff. So that will definitely be there. On the election issue, you are quite absolutely right. I am circumventing it. It's outside my remit. But that is a specific question I have asked, and I'm going to ask the Executive Council to deliberate on. It's there in our pack where we are asking two questions, right? So I'll bring it out here just now. One is, where does the election take place? If you are a corporate entity, where does the election take place? At conference or at grassroots? Now, this is outside our remit as IRT. Ultimately, it is the Executive Council who then ultimately is the conference who will decide. From my perspective, or from my team's perspective rather, for us it's just about what I draft. Election has to take place. Now, whether the election rules stipulate conference or grassroots, that's the only difference. So it's just about what I draft. But it doesn't change any of the concept work that we have done. It doesn't suddenly change that the president will have extra power or has less power. Nothing changes apart from where does that election take place. But that is outside my remit, right? And the second question, there may be a third question now, is about our associate member Dubai. At the moment, they are non-voting members. But remember, when you become a corporate body, the concept of non-voting member doesn't exist. You're either a member or not a member, right? And how do we deal with that? But we as a team have said that is outside our remit. We have our own views and stuff, but those are all personal to every individual, not as a team, right? I think I have dealt with most of those issues. I just want to bring one thing back. If we just take literally 30 seconds to take one step back. There is lots of changes we can make, right? And there is lots of things we can adjust. Are we on a new era? Are we, transitioning into a different world? We are not. All we are doing is just taking, actually, one extra step. In fact, when Rasool Bhai and I were prepping for this meeting and we were reading all this previous documentation, both of us had the same vision, I suppose, where we said, actually, our forefathers, sorry, Habib Bhai, had thought this through quite large, because the changes that we are making actually are not massively significant. I appreciate the nominated council issue, but generally when it comes to rules, the powers and stuff, we are not massively changing. If something that was formed in 1976 is still robust, we are now clarifying, we are putting the belts and braces. In 1976, there was no rule about seat belts in the car. Now there's a rule for seat belts in the car. I'm not changing the car, I'm putting a seat belt in the car to make it more safer, right? So yes, it's a new dawn. We will have to have a different mindset, but actually it is the same organization and it is just evolving. Now, there is lots more changes we can do, but I'm a firm believer of consensus, right? And do the minimum, get it across the line, you get as things are now, so because people understand this, right? We are used to this. For the last 50 years, this is how we have done it. And then open it, change it, do whatever you need to do. So we need to be cognizant of that fact. The biggest shift, which is what Murtaza Bhai has said, is that this is heavily member-led now, as opposed to the other way around. That's all it is, right? We have taken all of these points on board. Remember, there's still a long journey ahead. If broadly what we have said is acceptable to the Executive Council, we are asking for your confirmation for us to take the next steps. What are these next steps? Is actually drafting these documents based on what we have discussed, and then it will come back to you here. My proposal is that it is sent to you. You are given at least 2 months or 6 weeks to review, have discussions, send your feedback for us to amend. We come back, we go through the detail now, right? We are talking about line by line. If once you are satisfied with that, then you as the Executive Council have to call an extraordinary conference, and hopefully by then you would have had sufficient engagement with your stakeholders so that when it comes to the conference, everybody is on board with what we are trying to do. If you approve that, God willing, the fastest way forward would take another 12 to 15 months before it will even come in, right? So that is where I'm leaving it at. Ali Bhai Shroff, you wanted to say something? And then if there is nobody else wants to add any extra, then I would suggest I go to the next step, if that's okay with you guys.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Ali Shroff, elected councillor at the WF. I would congratulate the ITR team, the chairperson, and the learned gentlemen who are on board. Mashallah, you've put your time, efforts, and put this document together. And it's quite commendable, the efforts that you'll have put in. Now, I would make an earnest request to this August House, whereby we need to understand it's not an evolution of our constitution. I would rather put it as it is a moderate effort to fix certain things with moving time that we need to do. For example, the amendments or the suggestions that were put forward on the treasury side, whereby the reporting and everything should have been in 6 months or 9 months or in a year, rather than being reported in the conference after 3 years. I don't know, Shabar Bhai, this is not on the table, but when it comes to grassroots voting and voting on at the conference, I would recommend this, and if this could be put across for discussion and maybe in your further reports also, when we are going for a grassroots elections, with due respects to all the candidates in the last election or previously as well. See, we need to have some sort of serious candidates as well, Last election also what we saw is there were 2 candidates in the election, and here we had, the whole Khoja world along with the Jamaats and all the WhatsApp groups activated and all the other, turmoil that we had. We had an election and where we saw the, percentile of the votes also came down to 12%. All that we saw is that the votes between the 2 candidates were also, the comparison was the election results were like, 10:90 sort of. What I propose is, and we have this in Mumbai Jamaat as well, okay, I propose that, we should have some sort of a deposit for the candidates who are willing to contest or coming forward to contest for the elections. Like, for example, in Bombay Jamaat, we have a security deposit whereby a candidate contesting a president's election should deposit 2.5 lakh rupees. A vice presidential candidate should deposit 1 lakh rupees, okay? And if he secures more than 10% votes, then he gets his deposit refund. So here the whole mechanism is put to circus, okay, and then you have the non-serious candidate. So I would highly recommend IRT team, Shabar bhai, that you should have something like this. Like you put a deposit of about $2 lakh or $1 lakh for a presidential candidate and 50,000 for a vice presidential candidate, whereby if they don't secure 10% votes or 25% votes, that goes to the World Federation, because World Federation is spending for all of this. Yeah. So now, on a lighter note, I think this needs to be thought about.
Thank you very much, Ali Ashraf bhai, for finally, some lighter note, right? Because this can get quite heavy.
Shabar bhai, on a lighter note, I think it's not something that is refundable. They make a donation and then they put their nomination.
Just in case you didn't follow that trend, Murtaza bhai is looking for 14.1 million. Ji, Dr. Hassan.
I want to bring a separate point now. In the MREC, in the powers, there is one clarification that would be quite helpful, which is to do with the power given to MREC to oversee CUMS via the president. Now that, I think, there is an issue over there, there's a problem there. I think, can you clarify first what do you mean by that, and then maybe I will take it further from there.
I'll keep it simple. I have nothing, that is an exact replica from the current constitution. I've just brought it in from the current constitution, right? So when I said we went through each element, this was in the constitution sitting at the executive council level. So we brought it in. My reading is that it has to be oversight, which is the ijaza, this is my perspective, the ijaza is given to the president of the World Federation at the behest of his office, right? But ultimately financial responsibility is just an oversight of the MREC. But these wordings are, I'm avoiding to use the word copy-paste because it's not the exact copy-paste, but these are the wordings from the existing constitution of the World Federation. This isn't something new that I brought to the table.
I think it was in the past constitution, but now that we are fixing it and we are clarifying points that were a bit ambiguous, and we are clarifying, now I think we should need to clarify that. My understanding is, and I'm not a scholar, there are many scholars over here who can verify or tell me that I'm wrong. The ijaza is on a personal name, and the responsibility is on the person who gets the ijaza. I don't think anybody else can oversee that. Now, if we want some transparency on how that money is being spent, then maybe we'll have to find some sort of a mechanism which doesn't take away the responsibility to the ijaza holder, because it's only the ijaza holder who has a responsibility. So the word oversee, I think, is not correct, and if I'm wrong, I would ask the scholars over here to clarify that, and I think we need to find a solution to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad bhai. I think you are correct, but...
I will clarify this as ijaza holder. Dr. Asam is absolutely right that the ijaza is given on an individual name of the president of the World Federation, of course, by virtue of being the president-elect, elected president of the institution. I am only accountable to His Eminence. I am not technically Shari-wise accountable to this house. Sheikh Alidina will correct me if I am wrong. Having said that, for good governance, we have always, when we present our accounts and the treasurer presents his accounts, he provides, this is the amount of khums that the World Federation has collected, this is where we have spent the khums, and that is done out of good governance. So I fully agree that since we are correcting anomalies of the current constitution, the oversight word needs to be replaced with something that is more in the spirit of the current practice that we have out of good governance. We declare it in our, but as far as accountability is concerned, nobody can have oversight of the ijaza except His Eminence.
Shabir bhai.
Just to add on, because this is again a very important point. The present ijaza holder and the past ijaza holder are absolutely right. So we have two ijazas in the world, in the Khoja world. One is to the Chairman of Africa Federation and one to the President of World Federation. On the same thing, by the virtue of the seat, they get that. But the responsibility is on the individual ijaza holder. However, there is a slight difference here, so you can see. In Africa Federation, we give Khums accounts, what going to Aga, everything, but that's voluntarily. There is no mandatory requirement under constitutional requirement under the Africa Federation Constitution. However, in World Federation, I think it is Article 20, which again doesn't relinquish the responsibility of the ijaza holder, but why at some time there was a safety law put in that any disbursements would be in consultation with the Executive Council. Now that ties it down constitutionally, not on Agas. Whereas in Africa Federation, that is not the case. But the principle is same. Although it's by the virtue, it's to individual name, and it's their responsibility. But World Federation, can you just check on Article 20, and it says something to do with Executive Council.
Sorry, can I just come in here? Let's be clear. This is not the wording of our wordings. We've taken this wording from 20.7. 20.7 religious obligations of the Constitution. What we're doing at this moment in time is we're just taking the powers which are already in the Constitution and putting them where they need to be. Now, there's a separate conversation to have. When you start drafting this Constitution, that's when I think Ahmad Bhai's point and clarification, we can make those clarifications. At the moment, is simply just taking the Constitution and aligning it into the three categories: oversight, strategic, or operational. Now, this will need further clarification, and Ahmad Bhai, together with our ulamas, will clarify that, and we can word it properly.
Fine, but it's of paramount importance that that is addressed. Everything else you can bring and we can debate yes or no.
Yeah.
This will need to be an informed decision by the scholars, and that Article 20 ties down our present ijaza holder spending without the consultation of ExCo. That is not the case. We need to change that. That's outdated. I mean, Aga's decisions and scholars' guidance, this we don't have in Africa. So please, at one time, this is so important that this is not something you put into, you transferred it and can we leave? This we need to debate and come to consensus with an informed decision from Agas and scholars.
100% Shabir bhai. And you have also been the past ijaza holder. So I'm taking guidance from the people who've been ijaza holder. What we did was, and I'll just read it out quite quickly so people know it, but those who want to see where it is, I think it's page 113. In responsibilities delegated by the merger, the President, in conjunction with the Executive Council, shall have the power to act on behalf of the Federation to fulfill the religious obligation. However, in financial matters such as receipts and disbursement of khums and other religious dues, the normal financial rules of the Federation shall apply. Yeah? That's what it is saying. Now, that's the reason we have transferred it across. This requires wordings, this requires, yeah. So we will adjust it to make sure that it is in line with the spirit of why the ijaza is issued. And also we have to remember one thing. There's two parts to it. One, the President is personally responsible for the khums, for the ijaza, sorry, right? That's one element. Two, the President, he or she, is also a board of director, and all the khums comes into the charity. And therefore, there are some charity rules that the President of the ijaza holder has to follow. So our role as the IRT is to make sure we balance those two things. And you have to, if you allow us that ability, we will make sure that we balance it based on that spirit, rather than oversight or this, that, that. We will look at it, because remember, once we do a lot more detailed drafting, that is where this will come on. And obviously this is all minuted, so you can hold me to account for that. Yeah? Ji Ahmad.
Shabir bhai, I accept what you are saying, and I know it's been transferred. And the only reason I raised it over here as the last point is because we are just now going on to the process. And I didn't want this to go through without being discussed
100%.
Over here.
100%.
And that's the reason I've said. Now, the second reason, in the past, it has been there. The world has changed. Accountability is becoming more and more. In the past, there wasn't that much accountability that was asked for by members from the office bearers or the trustees. But now things are changing. And that's why we are tightening up and we are clarifying the new constitution. And this is what we want to clarify. We don't want it to again go in it and then we lose it. That's the reason I know, I understand. I'm not saying you people are trying to push something in there. I know it's in the last constitution, but it's imperative that we get this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassam. And that's the whole point. The issue of bringing this and having this debate isn't twofold. One is so that we make sure we clarify these issues, they're minuted, and two, it is also my responsibility and my team's responsibility to make a complete transfer across and then say, look, this bit we couldn't do, if we've removed, this bit we need to clarify, and we will create that balance because we have to balance the responsibilities of what the ijaza actually means against the law of the land in which we are managing, right? Yeah, so actually, Rasul Bhai just showed me one of our research work that we've done. We actually put that 20.7 on both boxes, saying actually this one sits here and here. So we've, just so that your fear is allayed, we've looked at this in detail and we've set it on both. Therefore, we have to work through the wordings of it. But because it's a financial issue, and currently the Constitution says under the Executive Council, that's where we've kept it. But we are certainly going to work through that balance for it. You have a new point, yes.
It's my personal belief, and I'm just raising it over here so the members can discuss on that. In the proposed organization structure, the members in the responsibility have to set the federation director and strategy. Right? Am I?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Now, it's my personal view that 135 members trying to form a strategy is going to be very difficult. I don't think it is the right way to go about it. And what I would propose that the MREC prepares a strategy and takes it to the member for discussion and final ratification rather than 35 people trying to form a strategy. If they did, I think we'll end up with a camel. That's all.
I don't know if we'll end up with a camel or an elephant, but we will end up with somewhere a hybrid of one or the other. But I think the spirit is correct. It is the board of directors who will prepare the strategy that goes to the MREC. The MREC then proposes it. Effectively, what we are currently doing, when we have our triennial conference, it is the office bearers who come and say, look, here is a 10-year strategy. Effectively, if I can, and this is good for the purpose of the minutes, set the Federation's direction and strategy is effectively approving the strategy that has been brought forward by MREC onto the ultimate triennial conference for them to approve so that then they have their work cut out to do for the next 10 years. Yeah. Yes, and that's why I am saying it out loud so that it's there in the minutes as well, so that there is no ambiguity as to what I said, I didn't say, and stuff. ગુજરાતમાં બોલો તો ચાલશે. જી મુર્તઝા ભાઈ and then Arif Ali bhai.
Just something to think about. As we said, technically the shareholders will be the stakeholders or the shareholders, as it were, will be the conference itself. I don't know, I recall how many, 70, 80, 90. So question now is that would you then have 70 names as members in there? Or would you then consolidate?
Corporate body.
Corporate body, yeah?
Corporate.
Just wanted to take, yeah.
It's going to be corporate bodies only. So there will only be 6 plus 1.
Yeah.
Arif Ali bhai?
I know that we are debating. We have gone from tennis to table tennis. Now it's squash. And I really feel that it boils down to the following. You have certain blocks, but the holes to fit them into are already written up for us. It's a template which is there. So again, we stand at the point which we were in June of last year, of 2023, that do we want to have an organization that fits into an incorporated structure, or don't we? Because, you see, we are going and debating a point of what is not possible. And then we have some spices on top of things which are a bit satellite questions. But I think that we have already passed that point in this meeting, that point about should we go for incorporate. That was like easy to say. Now when we are going, what kind of structure do we want? I think that we've had a debate. So my point here is, after that you have received legal advice, and pre-legal advice, you already thought that would be the case. Without you preempting, you got the answer. And that means that it's very difficult to have councillors which are appointed. You found a way about ratifying 2 board of directors. Yes, and I go back to this point which I think was missed. If you want to have non-executive one, you can increase the number of people in the board of directors. That is an avenue. However, I don't see that that's what we are discussing. So there's either the current number of board of directors or office bearers as they are known, or there is an increase in those, but those are not councillors, or they are something which is beyond. They become councillor automatically, or voting right. One final thing, I really appreciated the honesty and transparency that this is one juncture, then you see at least 2 more stops. I would like from yourself to give us a timeline of best estimate. Give us an estimate vis-a-vis the end of term of 2027. How can this be done before? Because I feel it would be very slow motion that we were not able to come into an incorporated structure by end of last term, and now we may not get there again. Whilst everyone is saying that it's very urgent to get into an incorporated structure. So as far as I'm concerned, I see 2 points that we need to talk about. One is, are we okay with the structure which you have proposed, or saying that we would have the current office bearer, or what the conference said? Or do we feel that we want to extend the number of trustees? They're not called that, but board of directors. That's where it is. I don't see a third angle, and I just wanted to advise that we steer that way, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you. So
just a quick on this. The timeline is very important. If we're going to do a transition at any point, and we've followed a certain procedure with this term, how does it work when you're transitioning into the new structure? Because again, you've got nominated, and we're talking about that. So I think where Arif Bhai is coming is good, is that you need to have that timeline, and ideally it has to stop within the end of this term, so that if there's a transition, there's a cleaner process for the next term.
So thank you very much, Arif Ali Bhai. I've tried to do that already in my pack. I don't have the number on here. 137, right? So let me go in slight more detail on this so you understand the timeline that I have. Assume the Executive Council gives me the nod to start drafting. We reckon the lawyers will take about 6 to 8 weeks to draft. Remember, it's December, so they will all go off on their merry holiday. Then it will take my team 6 to 8 weeks to review, right, to make sure we do back and forth. We expect to be bringing it to the Executive Council about 6 to 8 weeks later for the first draft to come in to see it. Realistically, you're looking at probably Q1, Q2, right, of 2025, right, for it to be presented to the Executive Council. Should the Executive Council at that point be happy, you will then need, I think, is it 90 days notice or whatever for the extraordinary conference, and then you apply to the Charities Commission. Once you apply to the Charities Commission, nobody can influence anything. Assume they take the longest they take, you are coming very close to the end of the term. My perspective is that even if it all gets approved and done, you wait for the end of the term and then you convert it into the new entity, right? Because it allows a seamless transfer, because there is not only corporate governance issues, right? Sajjad Bhai has lost hair, he will lose all his hair, because then there is accounting, transfer of assets, and all sorts of complicated structures that he'll have to do for the transfer. So my best guess estimate is probably by end of 26, I'm not saying you will get permission, you will get a concrete answer from the Charity Commission whether they are allowing it or they are not allowing it. That's the best guess estimate I have. Now, what happens in the meantime? No change. You run based on your current constitution until effectively you defunct the World Federation version 1, which is this one, onto a CLG. There is a very set out process for that, right? So that's the timeline. That's my hope. It's not about slowing the process down. It's I can work as fast as I want, and at the conference it was like, to be mana nu kam che. Yeah? Be mana nu kam che. Right? It's not straightforward. There is a lot of things that we need to think through. But more importantly, it's about, for me, it's about making sure that the stakeholders who are the trustees and the regional members are on the same, not only track, are on the same carriage with me. Otherwise, we don't get anywhere, right? And that's the reason, Arif Ali Bhai, I haven't gone for anything creative. Increase the board, decrease the board. I have not gone any creative anywhere except where I have to be, right? And there is all sorts of different connotation and different ways to do all of this, but I have stayed conservative to my resolution so that we can get to the next stage. That doesn't mean that's the end of the process, right? Once a new institution is formed and you want to increase and decrease and do this, that, and the other, you are all welcome to do that, right? And that is why I have stayed conservative and to some sense true to the resolution without trying to deviate too much outside the remit, right? I hope you understand what I'm trying to achieve. My suggestion is that so there are two questions you still have to answer, and there is still time for that, but they have no impact on the work I need to do next apart from drafting. So my suggestion is that we have pre-prepared resolutions, which you already have in your pack. You look at those. If you're happy with them, you approve them. Obviously, I can't run that part because I'm not a member of the Executive Council. And then I will then go to those questions. There is another technical element which I've already drafted as well with the help of Habib Bhai, which is the secondary resolution, which is the conference said 31st December. So I am seeking an extension if you are happy. The resolution has been drafted in the alternative. So extend the team, but if you feel that the Executive Council has no power to extend, it has already been drafted like that you form a new team which is the same with the same mandate. It hasn't been put in for a debate. It has been put in to ensure that anybody who is uncertain, it has got both parameters in it. So using your word, Arif Ali Bhai, it is insurance policy in there that nobody can then argue, okay, I'm tuni omtu. Yeah? So if you are all okay with it, I will pass it back to the chair for the resolution that have been drafted.
Yeah, hold on, Shabir Bhai, please. Let me try and summarize, and then we will move in that direction. Yeah, I think we have to move. We are now at 5:45. and we need to finish this in the next 45 minutes maximum. We have a program at 7 p.m. and this is the agenda. We need to close it. There are 4 resolutions that have been put together by the team, and very shortly we will ask this to be put on the screen. But before we do that, I want to reassure this House that the process has not ended. What the resolutions are being suggested is, one is to give this team a mandate to continue working in this great work that they have done. 2 is to accept in principle the model of limited by guarantee as the way forward. And 3 is obviously to ensure that all the discussions we have had would be incorporated. Ultimately, we will have to have another executive council meeting, then we'll have to have a conference, an extraordinary conference next year sometime, and then the application will go to obviously creating a CLG, and then the application will go to the Charities Commission, and this is where nobody knows how long that will take. Obviously, we are hopeful that by 2026, mid-year or third quarter of 26, we can have this done so that the new presidential elections or the new conference would be under the new constitution, or rather the new incorporation. Now, we have heard many, many issues today, and I'm just trying to summarize these. And I don't think personally any of these are dependent on the resolutions that will be brought forth here. And I think the team, both Rasul Bhai and Shabar Bhai, who have been here, plus the others online, have given reassurance several times that the feedback given by this House will be somehow incorporated and brought forth in the next Executive Council. We have to iron it out before we take it to the conference. Number one issue that has come up is the issue of, obviously there's an essence and the form. What is the essence? The essence was defined by this House. Okay, the minimum changes to the current constitution is to incorporate. Murtaza and others have raised that there's a fundamental shift and all that, which is well understood because they are technocrats here. But the reality of the essence is what this House passed, that they want to stick closest to the current constitution. Number 2, I would say, in terms of the issues out there, in terms of the form, the shape. The issue of nominated councillors have come. And I know, and I don't want to bias this discussion, that is why I restrained to say a word, because this House will decide. The team has been fully empowered. And when, I just want to clarify, that when he says Habib by Pardada, Habib Megjinati, Habib Che, America, none of the office bearers are involved in this process, and like you, we are also giving our feedback. The issue of nominated councillor, પૂછો તો effect કોને થાય છે? પ્રેસિડેન્ટને થાય છે. આપના 7-8 કાઉન્સિલરો અહીંયા બેઠા છે, આપને ખબર છે, અમીનભાઈ તમને ખબર છે કે એપોઇન્ટેડ કાઉન્સિલર્સની અહેમિયત શું છે, કે જ્યારે પ્રેસિડેન્ટનું એક વિઝન હોય છે જે કોમ ઇલેક્ટ કરે છે, how do you manifest that in itself? And that, I will be gone. મારું તો નહીં હોય નેક્સ્ટ ટર્મમાં કંઈ. તો જે આવવાનો છે પ્રેસિડેન્ટ, એને આ તકલીફ ઉપાડવાની છે કે એના કાઉન્સિલરો નહીં હોય. નાવ ગવર્નન્સની વાત મને જ્યારે કર્યા ટીમ તો હું શાંત થઈ ગયો. હું કીધું જો કોમનું ગવર્નન્સ ઇમ્પ્રૂવ થતું હોય, because I as a director want to appoint my people who effectively are doing oversight. So you could say that they are my cronies. And on that basis, we heard the argument that governance to just so by the same token, आपने जो essence fulfill करो होए, तो the regions will also have to change. કારણ કે regional appointments आपने करे छे, तो each governance માં Koej right now is the only region, in my humble understanding at least, where the councillors are elected. તો ગવર્નન્સ મજબૂત કરવો હોય તો ઇટ હેઝ ટુ હેપન એક્રોસ ધ બોર્ડ. જે મુર્તઝાભાઈ કહી ગયા, રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને વિચાર કરવું ખપશે અને પછી જમાતને પણ. તો એલાઇનમેન્ટ થાય તો ટ્રુ ગવર્નન્સ હોય, ને તો પછી આપણે ફિક્સીસ ગોતવા પડશે. તો this is all I'm trying to say is think about it. I don't want to convolute the process, but અમને કોમનું ગવર્નન્સ મજબૂત કરવું છે, એટલા માટે આ કામ છે. આરિફભાઈ is absolutely right, in my humble understanding, that when it comes to the issue of non-executive, this is effectively a job of a trustee, or rather the office bearers, as you say, on a non-executive basis, rather than the shareholder, or rather than the equivalent executive council that we are talking of. So those things can be discussed, and I don't think we are throwing it out of the equation, because the team has already been told to look at different nuances of how we can keep the spirit of that. Secretary, assistant secretary નું ratification ને બધું છે, એ પણ team has agreed to take it on board. ઇજાઝાની વાત આવી, I think I won't touch that, but it's clear now કે ઇજાઝાનું જે spirit છે of governance સરખું હોય, ભલે ઇજાઝા આપનું છે, મારું accountability આગા પછી છે. We are also responsible to the Charities Commission as well as now the company's law. So we will have to make sure somehow the appropriate wordings are there, that we retain the Shari responsibility, accountability to AGA, but at the same time allow the organization to understand broadly where the khums is spent. Financially, what Sajad Bhai Keiru, he knows, and there are accountants here who know the pain with which budgets are put together, and if you miss that deadline within 1 year, it can have major ramifications to the organization. Blacklist માં આવી શકે છે charity commission. આ પણ તમે તમારું ચીજમાં ફેક્ટર કરવાના છો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. બીજી જે વાત આવી, જે હબીબભાઈ મેઘજીએ વાત કરી, એ ખોજાનું છે. ખોજા ગવર્નન્સ, કે આજે આ સભા શું રજા આપશે કે આપના 10, 12, 15 ડેલિગેટ્સ આવે નોન ખોજા હોય ને ખોજાનું ગવર્નન્સમાં આગળ વધારે? એ એક બહુ મોટું સવાલ છે. બરાબર છે, હમણાં નસીમ કોની વાત થઈ કે they have recently admitted a Jamaat that is effectively non Khoja and is on the same tier as Toronto. એટલા જેટલા ડેલિગેટ ટોરોન્ટોના હશે એટલા જ ડેલિગેટ હોઈ શકે છે. તો એ ગવર્નન્સને આપણે કેવી રીતના મજબૂત કરે, તો આપણે ખોજા આઈડેન્ટિટીને અને ખોજા ગવર્નન્સને પ્રોટેક્ટ કરે, સર્વિસીસ ફોર ઓલ છે, એના ઉપર પણ વિચાર કરવાની એક જરૂર છે. ગ્રાસરૂટ ઇલેક્શન versus the election of at the conference. The sentiments જે મને મળે છે, હું જે આરીફભાઈ કહે કે હંમેશા have been a proponent of grassroots personally, કારણ કે we feel કે grassroots connection એકવાર કાપી નાખો, વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન એમ્બિલિકલ કહો તો કાંઈ નથી રહી ગયું. પરંતુ જે ફીડબેક મને રિજન્સમાં મળે છે કે ભાઈ જે પ્રેસિડન્ટ ઊભો રહે છે એને ઓળખતું જ કોઈ નથી, અને એ થોડગોના ઓળખાણ હોય તો 1,40,000ની જમાતમાં ઓળખાણ વધારે હોય તો જમાતની હોય કે રિજનની હોય. તો on that basis this discussion needs to happen. And the House will have to decide, and we are not making a decision either way, because if we want to strengthen that element of grassroots connection, then there has to be a discussion about the delegates of the conference. એ લોકોનું representation કેવું છે, કે truly democratic હોય તો એ લોકોનું પણ representation democratic હોય. તો પ્રેસિડેન્ટને જ્યારે ઇલેક્ટ કરો તો સાવ તૂટી ન જાય ગ્રાસરૂટ સાથે. કોન્ફરન્સ હેઝ ધી ઓથોરિટી, પણ ગવર્નન્સ હેઝ ટુ ગો એક્રોસ ધ બોર્ડ. આ બધા ડિસ્કશન્સ જરૂર આવશે. મિડલ ઇસ્ટ ફેડરેશનની વાત થઈ. મિડલ ઇસ્ટ ફેડરેશનમાં હમણાં આપણા પાસે લગભગ 4 કે 5 જમાત થઈ ગયા છે. આપણા પાસે ઓમાનમાં પણ મોમિનીન હવે સેટલ થાય છે ખોજા. આપણા પાસે ઇરાકની અંદર યમની ખોજા કોમ્યુનિટી છે. આપણા પાસે આપણા કુમની અંદર આપણા પાસે સ્ટુડન્ટ્સની જમાત ચાલી રહી છે. આપણા પાસે એડનની અંદર પણ જમાત છે. એટલે આ 4-5 ડિફરન્ટ મિડલ ઇસ્ટના કોમ્પોનન્ટ છે. તો દુબઈનું જે ફેક્ટર છે, that could also be looked into, and obviously it will take time to put this together. અને પછી આ આર્ટિકલ 20 ને બધી વાત થઈ એના પર. તો ટૂંકમાં મારું એક હમ્બલ સજેશન છે હાઉસને, keeping in mind the time, the spirit, the fact that we will allow all these discussions to continue. There was a suggestion that we can have mini ExCos if needed just on this subject. It could be heavily hybrid. Obviously, to look at the legalities of that. તો એમાં જે iron out કરવાનું છે, આ બધી ચીજો આપણે કરી નાખે, કે time is of essence. We want this to go to the lawyers in good time. તો મારું સજેશન શું છે કે if now શબરભાઈ can lead the discussion on the resolutions, એક by એક આપણે એપ્રૂવ કરી નાખીએ તો એટલીસ્ટ આ ટીમને મેન્ડેટ મળે to continue, and we will keep these discussions ongoing whilst we reach a certain consensus, inshallah, over the months to come.
Thank you, Pramukh Sahib. I just want to make one thing also abundantly clear. There are questions that are going to be raised which are around the membership, the election. What resolution you are going to pass isn't going to impact in the terms of, it's not going to suddenly change anything, it's which way I draft, right? So it could be that at the end of the entire process, once you finish your discussion today or later, you will tell me, listen, bring option A and B and let conference decide. Or as regions and as an executive council, this is what we have decided, you draft it this way. That is the impact it has. It doesn't change the main framework of what we are asking, right? So there are 3 resolutions, and I'll go through them, and they are on page 138 of your pack. So the first resolution is the Executive Council ExCo approves the Incorporation Review Team framework as the fundamental structure for drafting governing documents, defining the essential tiers and guiding principles, right? So this is saying draft it based on Board of Directors, MREC, and the conference. What's the second one? In summary, I'm asking for authorization because I am an unbudgeted committee of the conference to be able to spend some funds to get drafting done, which is the Executive Council authorizes the allocation of necessary resources, including budget, administrative support, and required expertise. Oh, sorry. Okay, so that's the second one, sorry. For the IRT to complete the drafting of the governing documents. The third one is basically I am putting a golden chain around my own neck, if you so allow, that the Executive Council shall receive update from the IRT at Executive Council meetings to monitor progress of the draft governing documents and ensure continued alignment with the Federation's objective, right? Make sure that you are happy with what it is. Additionally, IRT can provide periodic update at its discretion to keep the members of the Executive Council abreast of the progress that they are making. I'm basically putting a golden handcuff around myself, forcing myself to report to you at the Executive Council on in any other period I feel I need to update you on it so that we can all remain in the same carriage. These are the three main resolutions I'm asking this House to put through. Now, I'm assuming Ali Jawad Bhai will be kind enough to propose them, right? Because I am not I will do them one by one, right? So if I have your consent.
You do. Happy to propose.
So the first resolution is the approval of the IRT framework. Is being proposed by Ali Jawad Bhai. Is it seconded by Ali Bhai Shroff, Gulam Bhai, Amin Bhai, Mohsin Bhai, Amin Bhai, Arif Ali Bhai, Muhammad Bhai Kazim, Suhail Bhai. So we have the first motion on the table. All those, Ali Jawad Bhai, you need to check one line for me. Yeah? I have no visibility. I'm just making sure that Ali Jawad Bhai is keeping an access to the online because I can't see the portal. So Ali Jawad Bhai confirms that there is no SSS and PPPs. So all those in favor of the first resolution. Put your hands up if you're allowed to vote. I can't see online. All those against? Any abstentions? If there are no abstention, the resolution passes unopposed. Resolution 2, which is your authority for me to spend a little bit of the World Federation's funds so that I can get this drafted. The resolution is on the board. I'm using it like to note. Ali Jawad Bhai?
Happy to propose.
There is no budget amount because I haven't done what I call a modeling contest with lawyers. I don't know what those numbers are going to turn up at, but we will try to keep it reasonable. We've done all the work. I'm happy for it to be changed. It's not a problem. I'm happy if you want to propose an interim figure. I'm just cognizant because, you know, lawyers one will come 15,000, the other come 50,000. I need to check who is the most competent with the most experience. The one we worked so far with has got 15 years charity experience and corporate governance charity experience and actually sits on the interim receivers committee of the Charity Commission. Now, I haven't gone into detail by asking them all the details of this is how much it's going to cost me. But then if it's outside, I'm more than happy to put a number, I don't have a problem. Or if you allow the Secretariat to have oversight, which they have on me because I don't have money to spend it, they have to spend the money on my behalf.
I think, Shabar Bhai, we have full confidence in you. You're very frugal when you were at co-age, yeah? And especially being in my team in the Harefield, I know you. So I'm happy to propose. I'm happy to propose, so long as you don't exceed 14 million, yeah?
Yeah, fair enough. So it's proposed by Murtaza Bhai, seconded by Shabir Bhai, Gulam Bhai, Muhammad Reza Bhai, Jafar Bhai, Mohsin Bhai, Suhail Bhai, Arif Ali Bhai, Sukaina Bhai, Shabir Bhai, Arif Ali Bhai, Zuhair Bhai, Amin Bhai, and I'm sure there's lots of online. All those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? With none, the resolution is hereby passed unopposed. Allah. Resolution 3, the golden handcuff that I've decided to tie myself in, i.e., I report to you, and I report to you every other time that you feel like I need to report to you. The second part. I'm mandating myself for the first one. Okay, no problem. Additionally, IRT will provide periodic updates to keep the members of the Executive Council abreast of the progress being made by them. This is not a golden handcuff, this is now double hatkadi, no problem. I will accept that as a, what is it called? Friendly amendment. I will accept that as a friendly amendment proposed by Dr. Hassam, that means. Proposed by Dr. Hassam, seconded by Amin Bhai and Ghulam Bhai. All those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? If there is nobody, that resolution passes unopposed with double handcuff. Amin. Amin. Now,
normally in favor હોય બધાને ઊભા થવું છે કે આખું બોડી in favor.
You may reject the secondary resolution, you see. So if the secondary resolution can come in, please. The secondary resolution, it's a slightly longer resolution, but basically it's extending the term of the IRT if you're happy with the work that we have done. It's been drafted in the alternative. So my perspective is that Executive Council has the power to extend my term. However, if you feel that the Executive Council doesn't have that power, it has the power to form a committee. So it has formed its committee. It is the same members with the same mandate, so it doesn't change anything. That is if you are happy with the people you have on the resolution. It could be people may not be happy. Ji. હવે clarification માંગો છો ગુલામભાઈ propose નથી થયો.
No, ખાલી પૂછતો હતો, when you say ExCo has, the current ExCo has the power to call the conference?
Yes.
So then they also have the power to...
I agree.
To amend.
I agree, but I have drafted it so that I don't want a big debate about હવે આ power છે કે નથી. It's in the alternative.
એટલે clarification કરું છું તો record થાય કે power છે તો પછી આપણે આ કરી શકીએ છીએ.
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ji Shabir Bhai.
Okay. Although it's not proposed, so we can't debate. To avoid that, if we can, the powers are vested with the conference, yes or no?
Correct.
Right. So we don't have the power, and that's why it's been worded. So one question to you, and I would satisfy. Is that then accommodating an ExCo to make a decision as opposed to conference? Just if you are satisfied with that.
No, you still have to go to conference. All the ExCo can do is then approve the documentation.
Yes.
And then take it.
It will be ratified. But what I'm saying, I know the other way you suggested, if there is a problem, we can appoint another team. I'm asking you a straightforward question. These are powers vested with the conference.
Correct.
Are you okay with ExCo, with this
alternative?
Yes. Is that clearing us?
Yes.
Okay, I would be satisfied. The rest are like...
Ji Shabir Bhai. So the issue with putting a date is I'm going to be hamstringed by how long the lawyers take, but I have to report to you at the Executive Council. So remember, I'm holding to you to account. You can fire me at any point in time. So the next Executive Council, if I haven't reported, you can fire me. The issue with putting a date, and I have absolutely no problem in putting a date, same thing happened at conference. I had requested that please allow time. And there was this whole debate, right? We are preempting things we don't know. You can cancel the team. You have the power under this resolution to sack me.
Who dare?
We can even bring another resolution in the 25 ExCo if things are not going in order. Hopefully, with tawakkul we will. But if not, we can bring another resolution.
So
if can a good job.
If I've done a good job, that is. Can I have a proposal for this resolution? Thank you, Ghulam Bhai and Ali Bhai Shroff and Suhail Bhai and Murtaza Bhai. These are proposals. So can I have a seconder? Please remember, if you have proposed, you can second it. Ibrahim Bhai, Pramukh Sahib, Mohsin Bhai, Tomorrow name, sorry? Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Kazim and Zuhair Bhai and Shabir. All those in favor.
May I
Sorry.
ask her?
Sorry, ji. Maaf karjo.
Just wait a few moments, please, if you allow. Can I ask you why we should not just use a very simplified way where we say that a committee is formed inheriting the IRT's remit which the councillors, which the conference gave, and that's it, because that's very well the rights of the Executive Council to do, because to go forward and it doesn't go against the spirit of the conference, one. Number two, we're not going to go and ask for a new constitution, because that only is constitutionally the conference's right. I therefore think that this is slightly opening up a bit of an issue. Alhamdulillah, we are all friends, all here happy, no issues at this moment. Inshallah, may it always be so. But it's much easier to just write, and you have the wordings already.
It's already there in the alternative. So if you
Yeah.
see what I have done
yes.
is I have used it. So when we were drafting, and Farah by help with the drafting, is we've said the team is extended. In the alternative, the ExCo feel it doesn't hold sufficient. Therefore, it will extend its term, it will form its committee, and it's the same remit. It's all there. All I have done is belts and braces to make it as tight as possible, to make sure that there is no ambiguity and there is no what I call leakage of mission. Suddenly my, do I have more power or less power, or have tame abadu karamando? No, it is as per the original resolution that was passed at conference. This is just creating the extension. In the alternative, if the ExCo doesn't, then it's expanded it, but still kept it square bracket.
I would like to just clarify so that everyone, because there is a difference between a committee and a body appointed by, or an entity appointed by the conference, and that is that the office bearers does not have a governance over it. If it's an executive council which has appointed, still the office bearers will have to have a day-to-day angle to it. So there is a difference in the dependence or the independence. Okay? And that is the difference.
So that is the reason I have drafted this like this,
Yes.
on the basis of the first premise.
Thank you.
That my team and I have been elected by conference, therefore accountable to the Executive Council and the conference. So we are independent of the Secretariat from that perspective. And that is why this has been drafted, where in the first instance, it is the extending power of the Executive Council. In the alternative, we don't feel it, then it is, here is the alternative way of doing it, but the spirit remains because it is based on my first paragraph.
Perfect. Okay, very good. And therefore, as a point for us to remember, when we go for future conferences, let this Executive Council remember that when we go for future conferences, that when we look at time and duration, we may want to also put in that the Executive Council has the right to extend. And when we form future resolutions. Now I'm fine and I'm comfortable. And again, Bismillah.
Thank you very much, Arif Ali Bhai. All those in favor of, please reject it. All those against? Any abstention? With none, I take it that that resolution has also been passed unopposed. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. Now, we've got 45 minutes. I have two things to do. Now that you guys have decided to give me not only one golden handcuff, but two golden handcuffs, and now, chained and whipped to the Executive Council chair to continue this work. So, there are three questions we need to discuss. The answers to which I don't expect a resolution, but it is just so that I get a feel, and it may be that you'll continue down the line. But before I come to that, I think it is the opportune moment for me to personally thank Ali Hassan, who has been my right hand or left hand now, because Rasul Bhai was doing that work, on the work we have done because of his tenacity and attention to detail. Rasul Bhai has done tremendous amount of work when it came to research, understanding, and his challenge of saying, well, why this, why not that, and that has been hugely supportive. Habib Bhai, obviously with his history of 1976 and stuff, brought a huge perspective into all of that. I had long calls with Irfan Bhai Karim on, so how does this work, what would happen, what happens to the election issue, and they were prompting enough questions to allow us to expand the way we were looking at those angles. Abbas Ali, as you know, from Australia, if he doesn't throw a spanner in the works, it doesn't work. And he constantly did that, but he kept us on our toe. It meant I had to constantly research to be able to make sure that whatever I said was backed up by evidence and data, as opposed to, well, this is what I think. Actually, it's not what I think. Here is the precedence, here is the case law, here is the act, and here is the thing. Right? And Abul Hassan Bhai, who was what I call, our grandfather in the group, whose perspective on leadership and code of leadership and how we progress through the journey has been refreshing. So can I just take this opportunity to thank each and every member of my team. They have no choice but to continue working with me, and I hope they enjoyed the next bit of the journey. So there are three elements we need to look at. Now, this hasn't come out of the blue, by the way. So why am I raising this issue of Dubai Jamaat? It is simply because if you move to a corporate model, you can't have an associate with no voting rights. Because at the moment, Dubai Jamaat has no voting rights, right, in our constitution. There are solutions to it, but at the moment, as it stands, I can't do copy-paste on it. So what do we do with it, is the first question. The second question is, if you are incorporating, traditional methodology is that the shareholders elect the board of directors. The World Federation elects its president at the moment from the grassroots, and that is also fine. The question is, if you are incorporating, what should that be? This isn't out of the blue or saying, oh, maybe we, this is so that you think through the process to say, okay, now that we are incorporating, what happens to that, right? Where should the actual election be? And the third question now is what Habib Bhai raised this issue, to say where there are members who are non-Khojas within various constituent members, so the members of the federation, how do you deal with that when it comes to the World Federation only, right? Because ultimately, the World Federation was formed as a Khoja Shia Itnashri organization. I just want to take a pause here for a second before I'm told I'm all sorts of things. Even in the 1976 constitution, they looked at the concept of it being a Khoja organization, members of the Khoja community, but servicing all. This isn't about restricting service, restricting welfare or this, that, and the other. I'm being very clear. This is just about membership as to who owns it, and therefore who has a right to influence it, vote on it, and say what it should do, right? I want to make that distinction very clear, right? And we need to find a solution to it. So these are the three elements to it all, and I just thought I'd said that preamble. But before I open the floor, it looks like today, 1976, is the favorite year, right? So in the speech, before I open the floor, in the speech by Marhum Hussain Rahim, he clearly says, our common heritage has been Azadari, which has been bequeathed to us by Imam Hussain alayhi salam and the other holy, infallible leaders of our faith. It is mainly due to this, Azadari, that our bond of brotherhood has, despite centuries of trials and tribulation, remained unbroken. Yeah? That's the essence of this organization. Therefore, the question to you is, what do we do with the associate membership? What is the sense as far as the elections are concerned? and how do you protect an organization that in 1976 said that to adopt a constitution of the Federation of all Khoja, Shia, Itnashri Jamaats of the world, in aim is to uniting all the Khoja, Shia, Itnashri existing in every corner of the world. These are not my words, these are the words of Marhum Hussain Rahim. Shabir Bhai.
Just before, Shabir Bhai, you come in, and I'm conscious of the time because this is a huge subject. We have only 20 minutes. We have three areas of discussion that has been pointed by the team which this House needs to deliberate on. One is the election of the president. Two is the Dubai Jamaat challenge. And three is this Khoja governance within the World Federation. So can I have sentiments from the House of these three? We have 20 minutes for discussion only. Which one do you prefer to start this discussion? Because we can't discuss all three.
You can do Dubai, that will be shortest. But Mr. Chairman, this will need to be debated length.
Absolutely. That's why I'm conscious.
Dubai.
That's why I'm
conscious. Some inputs on Dubai, and Dubai we can move faster, and we get them to start.
Okay. If
the rest will need to debate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, can I suggest, with the IIT's consent, because you are facilitating this, is can we get the Dubai thing sorted now? Yeah, at least it's out of the way. Then, if time permits, we can start the Khoja issue. At least, yeah. Okay.
I will be guided, but the President is directed we deal with Dubai, so I will deal with Shabir Bhai first and then I'll come to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be as fast as I can, but on Dubai, I think we need to know the historical fact. Now, what I see here on the table, I see Ahmed Bhai Hassam, Shabir Bhai yourself, Ghulam Bhai Najafi, and probably myself, who are longer than any other council. In 2009, 2010, 11, Birmingham, where we had a conference. September from Dubai brought this up. We had the same situation where Kumail Manjid had just come up with the new demarcations, geographical Afro-Asia this. Dubai was left out, and I personally, there is a communication, lengthy one with you in your capacity as a Secretary General, and later on as the Vice, and I was given a task to do that. Why I'm bringing this up now, that instead of accommodating Dubai as it is, if they do some groundworks that we have done historically, we won't need to do special accommodation. And I agree, you can't have Mr. Chairman, what it was, very simple. Under the new, they had to federate with other Jamaat. So I was given, I led that through September. I first went to Iran. I got the Kanji family, we formed a Jamaat and this. Dubai had an age on them. No, we can't do Iran, I'm politic. I went to Oman. Mr. Nathus, you got all the correspondence. His son put me 5 members, we incorporated. And Yemen was another one. They rejected all of that. Okay, those times were different and whatever. Today, I think for them to also be part of sense of belonging, what they should do, start the ball rolling now. Pramukh Sabhi, Oman from UK only has got 20 plus families settled in the recent terms. So let us federate one Jamaat. If they don't want Iran, now there are many options. Oman would be the right thing. Form a Jamaat and it's very easy to do. Form a Jamaat, register. I went up to as far as registration. And they federate and they come in. So if they do it now, whilst you are doing your paper, they already have that on the ground. And we take that as a new federation membership, even by calling an extraordinary conference, we have to admit them, and goes. But no exceptions and this. And I think Dubai, and they will now, Ahmed Bhai Manejoiche, because he was Birmingham and there, Dubai, they should be told, it's better, rather than giving exceptions in this. So I rest on that, Mr. Chairman. They should do the groundworks whilst you are coming with your drafts. They're all done with. Yeah?
Thank you very much,
We give them a founding president from here, no problem.
I'll come to you, Ahmed Bhai, Murtaza Bhai, and then Dr. Hassan.
Yeah, I think Shabir Bhai more or less
said what you wanted.
Said what you wanted. But just one other. Normally within a corporate organization, you can have different types of shareholdings where you can restrict certain rights. Is that possible?
It is. It will be even more complicated than the current one because we are already asking for, we already have Tier A and Tier B because of the structures we are in, which is Class A will be members, Class B will be MREC, so there is already more complication. We will have to then create Class C. Short answer is, it's possible, Right answer is it's overly complicated. Ahmad Bhai, then Ali Bhai Shroff.
I don't want to throw the spanners in the discussion. The conference we had in Toronto, which was my last term, there we discussed Dubai issue. And at that time, the conference resolved that Dubai will be accepted as a full member in spite of the fact it wasn't federated. I have, it's minuted there. I want somebody to check those minutes because I don't know whether this has an implication on it or not. And the reason why it wasn't picked up is what Shabir Bhai is saying is correct. At that time, Dubai was in a mood, they didn't want anything. That's why it wasn't followed up. But it's there as a resolution. I know because I was chairing that meeting. I was the outgoing president at that time, and I know it's there. At the conference in Toronto.
Okay, so we can look. I'll ask the secretary to look at that because if that is there, that's the whole thing. But remember, there was then in 2010. I remember this because Habib Bhai was the one who brought in. They brought in a sunset clause from Nasimco, and then that sunset clause expired. That is why they became associates. So there is a chain that's happened after that. But having said that, I think the easiest solution, and if I can, sorry, I was going to go to Ali Bhai Shroff before I go to my comment. So I'll go to Ali Bhai. Maaf kar jo, Ali Bhai.
No worries. So I would just like to seek a clarity from the head table and just to understand because, you know, in the environment that we have right now in Middle East, okay, political challenges and, you know, their identities at certain levels not being exposed as well because that gets onto their jobs and to their businesses and to their migrations and all these things also. So has the head table taken any sort of view vis-a-vis any of these regions that what are they willing to do, whether they are really coming forward to form a Jamaat and, you know, I'll leave it to Pramukh sir now.
I mean, again, I'm being cognizant of what I say. This is being relayed. There are challenges. There are challenges, and the Jamaat in Dubai has concerns, legitimate concerns about this issue. So it's not that straightforward that we form the federation and they will join. They probably will even decide not to join. We don't know. This is a discussion that we will need to have with them, try and understand how it can be done, if it can be done. The House may have to make a tough decision if the CLG route is moving on and if Dubai Jamaat says that because of whatever reasons they are unable to federate, then it will be a tough decision and that is where we need your guidance as a House that if for political or whatever reason, socio-economic reasons, they say because of the geopolitics we cannot federate or become, then what do we do? Does it mean we cease the associate membership, which means Dubai being a pretty significant Jamaat with good manpower and philanthropy would have no connection with the World Federation? That's a decision that we need to reflect.
I think, Shabir Bhai, I think that is my sentiment. So
I concur that sentiment that, you know, it's a huge community and we have to accommodate them. So we have to find ways to do that.
So if I can just summarize the proposition and the House can tell me if I'm on the right track or not. I think the principle that is coming off from a few of these comments is it is an important member of the Khoja fraternity. We have to look at their unique situations. We have to find ways to ensure that they remain within the fold of the World Federation because they are Khoja brethren. Like any situation which is challenging, either people take rigid positions or actually extend the hand of friendship and say, we will take 3 steps, you take 2 steps. It doesn't matter. Come, maybe not in the middle, but as long as within the middle, and let's shake hands and find a solution. Where there is a will, there is a way. And I think if the Secretariat, working with the Executive Council, makes this an important element to ensure that this is important for us as a community, then a solution can be found. They are, as a community, we are a philanthropic community. We do businesses in the most remote areas of the world, in the most challenging political environment, practice our faith, but say we can't create a federation. I will refuse to accept that fact, right? As a community, we have ways and means to find solutions. It's whether we are willing to find those solutions and whether we are willing to take one step towards it, right? And I think if we leave that with the Secretariat and the support of the Executive Council, I've set the timeline. You have time, but I implore the Executive Council, use your power, your leverage, your might to make sure that no Jamaat stays outside the fold of the Khoja brethrenship. That is key. Right? Ji, Rabi bhai.
Thank you, Shabar, for that eloquent summary. I would just like to add that we're not going to restrict the membership to only Dubai Jamaat. I just want to make sure that the wording we use are general. There may be circumstances around the world in a particular Jamaat where it is Khoja based or Khoja majority that could apply the same criteria for being part of the World Federation. Thank you.
I think that's an Executive Council issue and the Secretariat working through these solutions, because remember, this is the biggest get-out clause I have. It is my job is just to draft. You come up with a solution, I will draft what you agree.
Yeah, you use Dubai in the draft. That's my point.
Yes, because Dubai is an associate issue, so that is an issue you certainly have to look at.
Thank you.
Executive Councillors, you have set through from, I think, 2:45. There are two major issues. I don't think there is enough time, Pramukh Sahib, to have those discussions. Can I request that the Secretariat put these two elements for a discussion at the Executive Council at the appropriate time about the election issue, and Dubai we've resolved, and about the issue of Khoja. This is, you will need, I am saying you will need time to properly debate it, think about it. So that's exactly what I was coming to, Shabir Bhai. If the Secretariat takes that responsibility to make sure that this is an item at the next Executive Council, or if you want to call a special one, that is up to you, on the issue of the election of the President, and on this issue of how do you protect the organization from its membership. So this is in relation to non-Khoja members who are part of the Federation, which is not an issue. I've been very clear, and I'm saying it again, it's about owning it as opposed to service being provided. And then you guys can debate it, and once you've reached a consensus, if you just let the IRT know, we will draft it accordingly. You have the time. Executive Council members, Pramukh Sahib, you guys have sat here from 2:40 till about 6:25. You've only heard two voices, of myself and of Rasool Bhai. I have IRT members. I'm going to ask them each if they have 1 minute each, and then I will let Rasool Bhai have the last word. I have said too much, and then I will hand it back to the President so that you guys can close this particular session. Remember one thing, right? And Shabir Bhai will remember this, and Safdar Bhai will remember this, right? So it's 6th of December, but it is also the Shahadat Day of Bibi Fatima. We need to remember as a community what we have tried to achieve today. We have tried to achieve something that would make her proud of us as the followers of the Ahlul Bayt. 1. 2, all this is being done because we are the Azadas of Imam Hussein, and we are custodians of the community of the 12th Imam for when he comes. Right? And before I go to IRT, it is also today the versi or the death anniversary of Marhum Murtaza Lakha, who passed away, whose brother, by the way, was one of the 18 in the formation of the World Federation. Marhum Abdul Rasul Lakha, the judge in Kenya, who was at one point Africa Federation, also the Vice President of the World Federation, who has also passed away. So if we can remember them with a Fatiha. Before I go to my IRT members, before I then let the President open the floor to you guys. So if I start with Irfan by Karim, if you can come on, and then I'm just trying to see if I can see Ali Hassan and Habib Bhai, but Irfan Bhai, you start off.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So first of all, thank you everyone for passing these resolutions and posing confidence in the IRT. And I would also like to thank especially Shabbar Bhai and Rasul Bhai. They've always, throughout the tenure of this IRT, done all the heavy lifting, and that continues today as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irfan Bhai. I don't know if Habib Bhai is there. Is Habib Bhai there? Okay. I have Abul Hassan Bhai. Okay, he's there. Habib Bhai, any comment from you? Okay, he's getting connected. So I'll go to Abul Hassan Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. The experience here at IRT was tremendous. Learned a lot of things. The effort put in by Shabbar Bhai and Rasul Bhai are really commendable. All other team members too. It's also heartening to note the very friendly and the very rational way in which the presentation was conducted, the thought process expressed, the changes justified, and the graceful way in which the House accepted these recommendations. I thank the entire House on behalf of the Pakistan Federation and on behalf of IRT. And special thanks to Shabbar Bhai and the team for this very useful effort. I end with Allama Iqbal. आइन नौ से डरना, तर्ज़े कौन पे अड़ना, मंजिल यही कठिन है कौमों की जिंदगी में. So we are a proud community to have progressed so gracefully. Thank you.
Is on, Habib Bhai. I think Habib Bhai is struggling to get online, so...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Habib Bhai.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. All I want to say is thank you for the confidence that the Executive Council and the conference had given to the team and myself, and we'll be happy to continue and complete the task that has been given to us. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, everybody. Rasul Bhai.
Just want to sort of say thank you to you, Shabbar Bhai. When this task was taken on, it was quite a challenging task to deliver what we've just delivered by December. And if it wasn't for your leadership, if it wasn't for the way you conducted, how you dealt with us all, it wouldn't have happened. And I remember the conversations that we've had. Whenever we came back with something, he goes, Rasul, where is the evidence? Show me the evidence. And everything that we discussed and everything that we sort of approved was evidence-based. And it was total privilege to work with all the other members. The input from everyone was really high-level input. So thank you, Shabbar Bhai. Thank you to all the rest of the IRT team as well. And thank you, Kowaj, for actually nominating Shabbar Bhai as the chair of IRT for that. No, but nomination proposal was Kowaj. No, but thank you, and thank you, and thank you to the Executive Council and to the conference for showing confidence in us as well. Thank you.
I wanted to acknowledge a few guests, but I've seen that they probably have left. But all the invitees who have come, we very much appreciate your presence. We had Syed Mohammad Naqvi a while back. We also had Nazir Bhai Jessa. many others from the local community in Birmingham. We really appreciate your presence. We also have, alhamdulillah, representation of members from Paris. Jamaat Azad Bhai is there. We also have from Switzerland, Lasho the Formati. અને બીજા ભાઈઓ પણ આવેલા છે તો બધાને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ખુદા તમને તોફીક આપે. તમે આવ્યા છો, ખુશી થાય છે તમને બધાને જોઈને. જઝાકલ્લાહ. અને આવતા રહેજો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ કાલે ને પરમદારે. એટલા માટે કહું છું કે મને પૂછા કરવામાં આવ્યું કે બર્મિંગહામમાં એક્સકો શા માટે રાખો છો, ઠંડી બહુ છે. તો હું કીધું અમીનભાઈ જ્યારે આફ્રિકાથી ગરમી લઈ આવો તો ઠંડકથી બધું ઠંડુ થઈ જાય છે. ને એની દલીલ છે કે આજનું સેશન ઠંડકમાં રહ્યું, મોહબ્બતથી સાથે રહ્યું, ઇત્તિહાદ અને ઇત્તિફાક સાથે રહ્યું, ફટાકડા ઓછા ફૂટ્યા, બર્મિંગહામ જમાતે ખાવાનું સારું ખવડાવ્યું ને ખવડાવતા રહેજો તો કાલે ને પરમદારે પણ આવી જ રીતે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આપની જો સભા પૂરી થાય તો ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આપની જરૂર મોટી કામયાબી છે. એમાં કોઈ શક નથી કે the way Shabarbai, his experience speaks for itself. Vice President, Secretary General of the World Federation, a lawyer, a thorough professional, a person who believes in governance, believes in the institution. એ બધું મેનિફેસ્ટ થાય આ કામમાં. અને બીજું ખુશુસિયત શું હતી, and this is a good lesson for all of us, councillors who lead different projects, different papers that will be presented on Sunday, which we will allude to tomorrow. The more the engagement in advance with regions, with individuals, with influencers, with people who have a thought process, if you get that out of the way in terms of the buy-in with the true spirit, તો પછી એનો નતીજો આ છે કે આપને 4 રેઝોલ્યુશન રેકોર્ડ ટાઈમમાં મળી ગયું છે. હવે આજે તમે અમને 4 રેઝોલ્યુશન જલ્દી પતાવી નાખ્યા, અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ. For that, I really would take this opportunity to thank Shabarbai for your leadership. And I have no doubt, જેમ તમે કીધા કે તમારો એક હાથ બે બાદ હવે પગે બાંધી લીધા છો, એટલે તમને હવે આ થ્રુ ને થ્રુ 25 ઇન્શાલ્લાહ જ્યારે મુકમ્મલ થાય ત્યાર સુધી you together with your team, Rasulbhai, I have known you for a while now, and I genuinely believe કે તમારું જે governance છે, the genuine intent to bring the best out of the institution છે. અને જ્યારે પણ આ બધા suggestions આવતા હતા રસુલભાઈ કે આપણે લઈ લે, આપણે લખી નાખીએ, આપણે એના ઉપર જોઈ કેવી રીતના કરે, કાઉન્સિલર હોય આ હોય તે, રસ્તા બંધ નથી થતા. આ one size fit for નથી. We are a unique community, જેમ શબાભાઈ કીધા છે. 145,000 છે, 125 જમાત છે, 6 region છે, ખોજા છે. આપના રીત છે કાવ હવે અમે CLGમાં તમે દબાવી નાખો કે CIOમાં દબાવી નાખો કે ખુદા જાને ત્રીજું મોડલમાં, આપને દબાવવાની કોમ નથી. આપને એ કોમ છે કે દબાવવાની અંદર પણ અમે રસ્તો ખોલીને કામયાબી તરફ જાય છે. તો એમાં મને કોઈ શક નથી કે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ શબાભાઈ અને ધ એન્ટાયર ટીમ કામ કરતા રહેશે આના ઉપર અને એક એવો નતીજો લઈ આવશે કે કોમની દુનિયા પણ કામયાબ થાય અને આખિરત પણ કામયાબ થાય. અને કોઈ બેટર દિવસ નથી કે આજે જનાબે સૈયદાજી અદાલતથી તકાજો કરે છે, આજે અદાલત ઉપર ગુફ્તગુ થાય. તો એના માટે હું ખાસ શબાભાઈનો શુક્રિયા અદા કરું છું. અલી હસન કાસમ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનથી પણ ઇન્વોલ્વ હતા અને એક્ટિવ ભાગ લીધા. યંગસ્ટર છે, કોમ્યુનિટીના વકીલ પણ છે. રસુલભાઈનો તો ચર્ચા કરી નાખ્યું આપને, તમે કોઈ જ કહો કે આફ્રિકા કહો, રસુલભાઈ આપના જ છે, શબાભાઈ આપના જ છે. અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન પ્રેસિડેન્ટનું કબીલતું ન હોય તો પછી કામ આગળ નથી હોતું. શબીભાઈ તો એ પણ બેશક આફ્રિકા હોય કે
તમે અમારા છો.
Jazakallah. Irfan Bhai Kareem, genuine thanks to you. I know you have a lot on your plate, supporting Mumbai Jamaat with so many initiatives, but your time, effort to get this, very much appreciated. Abbas Ali Bhai ખબર દેખાના નથી આજે. અબ્બાસ અલી એક સ્ટેજ હંમેશા આગળ હોય છે, બરાબર ને? પછી શબરભાઈ એને મેનેજ કરી નાખી છે, અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ. અને Habib, who has been there for a very long time, an advisor to Nasimco, understands the constitution. Habib Bhai, we really appreciate, from Seattle, providing guidance, many hours time differential, yet you have supported the team. And last but not least, and importantly, Abul Bhai Gokal, Pakistan Federation થી પણ કાફી મહેનત કર્યા છે. ખુદા તાલા પાસે આપણે દુઆ કરે કે may Allah increase their tawfiqat and may He continue to give them the strength to continue so that we can fulfill this mission, inshallah. With that, of course, last but not least, but importantly, I always say the Secretariat is behind. This is independent governance. We are non-involved. But I want to appreciate Farabai, our legal counsel, who has supported the team with the secretariat requirements, with legal nuances, and may Allah increase her tawfiqat as well, inshallah ta'ala. And all those, of course, who have supported the process. Bayo, આ સભા હવે
માફ કરજો. It's easy to say કે secretariatનો support છે વાંધો નહીં. It is very difficult to sit on a team and have no voting right, right? And sit through everything, provide guidance, and then take a step back saying, it is not my job now, it is your job. It is very difficult to do that, right? And I just wanted to take that 30 seconds for you to appreciate Farabai's role in our team, where she has consistently said, this is how it is, now it is up to you.
I would extend that to say કે ખાલી તમારો ટીમનું વોટ નથી, એના પાસે ઓફિસ બેરરનું પણ વોટ નથી. એટલે જ્યારે પણ legal challenges આવે, we rely on her professional advice which comes to the office bearers. Now, if the office bearer decide to go a different route, again, she doesn't have a vote. So, that professionalism is truly distinct. એના માટે અને બધા ટીમના મેમ્બરો આપણે એક મળીને સલવાત પરે મોહમ્મદ વાલે. With this, જી, શબીભાઈ.
એ ધાલા ફેમિલીમાંથી તો છે પણ રહીમનો જમાઈ છે ત્યારે ઠાઉટકો છે.
એ ખોજા પોલિટિક્સમાં ભાગ લો. Anyhow, ભાઈઓ આ સભા અંતમાં આવે છે. આજે એજન્ડમાં કરશું ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ટુમોરો મોર્નિંગ. કાલે 8 વાગે સમાચાર છે કે બ્રેકફાસ્ટ જમાતે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝ કરવું જોઈએ. મેન્યુ શું છે મને ખબર નથી, સરપ્રાઇઝ છે મેન્યુ. તો કાલે પ્લીઝ 8 વાગે આવી જાજો. ખોજા બ્રેકફાસ્ટ તમને મળશે. 9 વાગે બરોબર, 9 a.m. sharp, we will start the meeting, inshallah. The sooner we can start, the sooner we can complete. People have flights Sunday evening. I'm cognizant we have a very lengthy agenda, and તમે અમને પૂરું સાથ આપશો, inshallah. Jazakallah, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. તમે એનાઉન્સ કરું છે 7 વાગ્યાનું. રાતના 7 વાગે આ જ હોલમાં એક ખાસ પ્રોગ્રામ છે જે બર્મિંગહામ જમાતે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝ કર્યું છે ઓન ફિલેન્થ્રોપી. તો તમે પ્લીઝ પૂરું ભાગ લેજો. એના પછી ઇન્શાલ્લાહ ડિનરનું બંદોબસ્ત છે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ નેક્સ્ટ હોલમાં. ઓકે.
Brothers, there's a small announcement. If I can request you to move to the next hall so that the ladies can come through and enter the ladies section of the program. If I can ask all brothers to please move to the next hall so the ladies who are standing outside in the rain can come in. Shukran.